Yes, sir, man. It's an honor. I salute.
Same here. Full circle. I think that the last time I was on Facebook. Long time ago. I'm glad to say, and that what's me in your time? I said when it's a great opportunity for us to be able to have you and share our ideas and also hear you out what you have for the country Ghana. I'm for every at wonka. I'm sure say any na ana ebia anymore. See anymore krana. We would like for you to, so be introduced. I'm here home baby free. Just a brief introduction of yourself.
All right. Inti Jebi Dasi any with you for Fidikasi out the Abasi. I mean Shamuna a friend me Kofi Granty. Ya wo me wo Ghana Kolibu na Miko School or Agri Memorial International. Ewo Ringway so Ringway next to the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation.
Okay.
Agri Memorial International.
Okay.
Now me call University Primary or Cape Coast. Now me call Garrison Primary or Kumasi.
Okay.
Now me city common entrance for now me call Diaspora College. To me a pure Santa.
Wow. Okay.
And now me call London. Well, and yeah, I'm called London, but me call London. Now me call New York. New York, no matter for most of my life.
Okay.
My background here, finance and engineering. My year pro bono. Yeah, my pro bono work kakra. My represent Ghana for Bibri, Womo, Abrabumu, and some.
Okay.
Now, proxy, medical proxy. So my Ghana for Bibri, which means that when it comes to life and death issues, medical, it comes to me to represent them.
Okay.
That's what I've done. Normally, I have a way of communicating. I'm encapsulating. I said very easy for listeners and so. But media amount now will be some questions, so no answer. So
okay. I think that my next question, and I'm coming to say, me, I have a saying says OB. I say OBB. You cry to me. I have this analogy I used to say. Time born in Kutanipan, if I say born in Kutanipan, how they position themselves, And when a Bama who say Dipano, Onimbobo. It's nothing said briefly, okay, dear, yema society, But if you so me person me who dear, maybe a woo and your man say from Ghana. Any abucha wokoye ade a wo enye de wo ye chiska wo de wo wayama society a man who say okay you are of the people, you have that leadership skills
okay inti if you allow me meet me can kopim town I catch him say minyai because then it back and forth and also what mami to me open up from a perspective and go forward. Because and you be one of my man can't be a misa, but me can't it gives a different perspective of who I am. If I have your permission now.
No, go ahead.
Baby, what happened is that I've always wondered me call London, me buy New York, not me so me acquaint to I travel around the world and I see how the world is moving now. As a Ghana, no, we don't have thinkers for leaders, and yet an insult for real. Because the most obvious things, we seem to miss as a country.
Okay.
As a teenager in London, now me do what who say I was lacking. Quite decided. My Bible,
you were lacking.
Who said I was the bottom of the ladder, educational ladder, social ladder, BBL. That got me on a thought trajectory said, I dang netisa. Nem who say, oh, a system of what Ghana no, name why. Until from there, no, now me started being said, I wonder how it would be said, you bet me a yes system, say, what would change be what Ghana said, the young Ghana for no. Your youth no be globally competitive because me do abroad me who said they're not me yet deficient in a nyoma bebree, brofu, just aptitude, thinking. Yeah, critical, just to know how to think the correct way, no. Na me nim said yeah, no. Na young for say who school keke na we
A student.
Now yeah, not to say that I was, but a mouth feel say, oh, what passes our aptitude here now, our level with here, would me a functional, but that's totally different paradigm, major paradigm.
Okay.
Maybe do America no, me start here in idea no, it took that to a whole different level.
Okay.
Inti the copa and say, my name and now for we wrote a prescription for said yes, said because one of the things who said na ayira Ghana mu income, any the management of income. Inti yes said one more emphasis the way taxes are collected in Ghana.
Okay.
And no was the first prescription.
Ain't me about yeah, Bena, who take this initiative?
Oh, this was 99, 96, 99, I hope.
Okay.
Because and what happened is that 96 me ba Ghana. Eja no me see so eja me called anyway. Crazy part of my life. But anyway, okay, so what happened is that not me age more baby when New York here for home manufacturers and over.
Okay.
Nti me free ho no na me call baby a friend ho Chemical Bank.
Okay.
Chemical Bank acquired Manufacturers Hanover, and Chase Bank acquired Chemical. And then JP Morgan and Chase merged and became JP Morgan Chase.
Okay.
Inti obi onim banking muno say one will be a American bank.
Yeah.
Inti I made some money because me call her on that me junior and I invested all my money in stocks.
Okay.
Anyway, inti me back Ghana 95 no now I was very liquid. So
okay.
Small boy I mean nyansa he said I'm the papa na me call cast me and sat nam the back Ghana. If they do Ghana no and many should bring me because woman prima man you can. Into one of the cars I made buy any SL 500.
Wow.
Convertible Mercedes.
Okay.
Now, you say now,
yeah. That's it.
Now, boys will come. Made buy no, and now, the Yima minister say, may I call a to me in Casa Cano. Now, Krum has Ken here. Anyway, that it got me really peeved off. I mean, some crowd walk. Tema habo say ankana mindi nanka I was getting a little crazy there. Well, me start to share tax system and who say okay, CK man one of the reasons they said tax system was messed up. A recommendation said as I see changing your tax system in Ghana. Woman find second thing. The sample built in Kofofi upstate New York by a research, any assessment on tolling the whole Ghana tolling system. A recommendation. Say, as I said, Nanka.
Before you go on, not Obian contracted one or
not me per se, me sell idea na Ghana. Tax system now it would have been free. Say it was a recommendation and not me make it to government. Say use this system. Put everybody on an integrated national ID system so that we will be our Ghana. So we need more be our Ghana, wouldn't to me and taxing. They say I'm minimum say about 30% of people are 1 year you might penny a tax one more Ghana. So
what's the percentage?
30, about
30% per annum tax one more Ghana.
Because wouldn't you 80%, let me give you the numbers. 80% of the population a year, Jumano, they work in micro, small, and medium enterprises. 90% of SAR bulk are in the informal sector. Crazy. So 80 times 99 is 72, if you know what I'm saying, math.
Yeah.
That's 72%. That's a huge chunk.
Yeah.
So this is 70% of the whole 100% a year, Jumano. Informal, when you taxes. You take 72 out of 100, what are you left with? 28.
28, yeah.
You knew 30%.
You knew 30 input.
Very good. That's where the number comes from. Anyhow, the recommendation was set, to be expanded to the 90 percentile so that we get more income. With more income, more people will be able to do stuff. The government will be a little because obviously there were interest groups that no benefited from SAR structure. The tolling system nearby said, okay, you toll roads and what Ghana not income from a they fix 78,000 kilometers of roads a Ghana roadway network.
Okay.
What they did, they said individuals owned some highways and road networks. What we just so
benefited from
this roads and highways. I don't think that Ubia say, oh, na motorway, renovation was so na Sika no motorway roads and highways for the benefit of the motorway. Into a different account and could be benefited.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Now, how does it make sense that the goose that lays the golden egg nobody feeds? Think about it. Yeah. And that's the same thing that happened with Ghana Airways into the collapse here. State institutions in and they say Jebi, they say Ghana, because the last year you show us out here with Snit hotels with Brian Champo. So here
yeah, the same.
I just want to get my story out so people I don't want to tangent. Anyway, first was a tax code. Second was toll systems. Third was set oil and gas expo. At the time, Nana oil and gas a big Ghana. No near percent companies around the world are not into oil and gas now, but converging with Ghana. Not Ghana a competitive advantage to negotiate a better deal.
Okay.
Any approvals for everything. Time we do as I said, one more right to check and one more allow for us to begin side you pen at the mills we now Mahama said on to us. Okay, so and also a in 2017 maybe Diaspora conference. Me buy no can see page now or twatwa no the deputy minister for trade. All can say na Ghana for Diaspora for they whine too much. You baha no man you will big request no me at the end of the if everything worked out or no he won't be standing there or no to London and buy into your buy me I am not and get with the system. I'm saying I stood up in the conference.
Yeah.
And I had a stand up with him and it went viral. After that, if you can speak this word to him, can see why don't you that time nominate GIPC for your stand up in the breakouts? Who said what more conferences are what more breakouts and they said conference a group baby and will be not one more breaking into smaller groups of concentrations.
Okay.
When we have breakouts, maybe call into GIPC for breakout room. And I was talking to them about how they can have a diaspora bond, how they can do a diaspora bond. nipa what diaspora no between investing in municipals. That they are municipal bonds, won't be raising funds, their projects, no. Because it doesn't make sense to say, yeah, China how aquadisika near to your interest to China. When we can take the money of our diaspora for and pay the interest to our diaspora because they are ultimately the beneficiaries of projects here, because what we Ghana for. It makes sense. And anyway, the fire many are coming senior stand up rank for started prayer, make them say, we think we should get in the politics. And I'm saying, politics is not my thing. My background is I'm not interested in politics.
Running for anything.
It wasn't a consideration.
Based on your movement, and a man will be a frail, and as a man for frail, so you know they believe in you. So
for Emma Obi can say one of them can say or no best sponsor me. That's actually why I got in.
Okay.
Unfortunately, when I got in, the person died. And so now my started journey did that.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't back out. So, and we went into 2020, and then one more disqualified me 2020, and then as I say, yeah, about 2024.
So since you came up with that, okay, with disqualification,
but the buyer no interest in the same. Before start to catch me, and who said, now me need base. Me after secondary school, me kwa bridge, and me need base be me kase me kwa Irania. You bet to Abama me say akwa we ni me constituency ha. Inti wani me base, and who said me base wa bridge. But the problem with the base na wa bridge is say woman to men to aba. Inti. Then I started on a journey because at that time now my co-founded a group be a friend of Progressive Alliance Movement.
Okay.
Papa be a friend of Kwame Fusu. Ewo. Inti no na yede ya ni yede retaining Samson Ladi anyani ni Ladi. That time they are passing law be 2006 before they are sent into law. A friend of Representation of the People's Amendment Act, ROPA. A law said Ghana need you or Brucha with the 18 years or year of sound mind, you know, which me actual back from their domicile, constituency of residence.
Okay.
The law does not state say as I said, or you see, I know you see all the law says according to your constitution, they say Ghana need me with the 18 now. No, your sound mind as I see you provide or your crumb for crumb part, as I said, to provide a man who not one.
Okay.
And how long and I may pursue a year, and we pushed it through the High Court of Ghana. And the Attorney General, ne lecture, and the Attorney General, ne lecture commissioner court.
Okay.
But that 7 times. Now we got that. We won the case against the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
Case. Law. Now, Judge, Anthony Yabua, or instructed Electoral Commissioners, say through be a friend of proceeding be a friend of order of mandamus.
Okay.
Order of mandamus, catch say. One more making sure say Lord won't be a year, and I said they will be in contempt of court.
Okay.
Besina ameno say minya woman fa nye juma, and the government of NDC and PP got the EC to bail out of sa court order now. A yes and contempt. This is the system I hear running Ghana. So this is the system.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Judge, Acton Supreme, this High Court judge. The moment I hear Juma, I'm saying okay, or Dan Hopena. Unfortunately, Judge and I'm telling you, so
and he's the only one that someone that actually believed in that. You say, I said, I'm more diaspora to me, because you know sometimes
I believe you, Jebi. Now the truth of the matter is that they are controlled.
That's it.
That is the order, man. One woman in the crew, and they're not going to toll to MPP and DC. One more a year, one more year. No, inti on the okay.
Okay.
So fortunately, or you know who you're there, but it's on record. Into who you pet one more courts and one caucus. Oh, no. They proved, judge no proved to Attorney General ni easy said, Massa, sika nyemo problem. BBI what on ma mumu use as excuse in the past, no. Ye prove what them say a weak excuse.
Yeah.
You can implement it. Ye na mon pese moye. Inti monye. Okay. And they got away with it. Where wow. NPP ni NDC for woman see and to about my woman, one more to about my woman. If these people catch us say to about my woman, I will beg you what now bet to about my woman. Send us a while.
And down. And Sir Judge at Timia Kamibi, now said they are able to find ways to stop it from happening there, then we have a problem. Now, bro, on that, you know, the aspirants being able to vote, you know, and it taking place, I was happy, but I was like, I happen because for right now, US, how many, a friend is saying embassies near US, you're about DC and you're about New York, and I hear for them.
Very simple. The good thing about Abruchi in the West and in the East, and I say, Obi identity no authenticated that. Maybe I can't share me. Inti woo Jebi, baby, I will be our Abruchi no. Won't me any multiple personalities.
You can't. No.
Good. Inti so long as I was you know, you could just mail that. Your mouth. A friend saying ballots.
Ballots.
Yes, send it, bro. Who mail? Baby, I want to know. Jebi, within I was see ya trobi be able so, and one said, what take it or press na crown and ye beside said, we didn't want to do parliamentary. Yes, say just presidential.
Presidential.
Yes, into your mouth ballots no. Woman was so who feel it now. You mail it to the country, you know, embassy or where mail it call and I fair approaching so the one said there are a lot of because of regulation. Normally, I didn't, you know, one more regulatory bodies oversee processes. We bet me a high woman said, Jebi.
No, Ghana at the moment, but now Colorado.
Okay. Good. See, Colorado and I said, US and I UK and I any of these countries are. One more regulatory bodies are. One more year exams.
Okay.
One more proctor centers are. One more proctor exams are. One more year straight to crossing states.
And correct. They don't joke.
Right? Exams are over you better take your fingerprint, you may take your eye way, wash your driver's license still. Until you can hire, it's actually cheaper to hire somebody to proctor and get the ballots in. No tabulated BBM man, yet results no. That system will be 10 times more airtight than system you hold to Ghana. So, what's the problem? But no more yet because Jebi they now will say abrogate for no out of say woman exposure in Tino. Woman him say yen to me come on Maggie cubes and me yen to
what I say, they know here. Light out.
A bar near the sardine. Abro, Yama more cap menu. You see, with the train Brunya, Yatua baby, Dizimbe, Brunya Beba. Now I know the Maggie Gumi baby, not Jebi wed D and sardine. Yadia Kwan. So, I don't know the dad uncle for the other two about Inti. I don't know when ya Obia or Britain, yes, I'm an Intino. They didn't like that. And Nunti, listen, Mahama came to Worcester September 2014 and promised us that he was going to make sure that ROPA is implemented. Okay. He's a liar. Tell Mahama Kofi Kranting said he's a liar because he knows he's a liar. He lied to us in Worcester, Massachusetts, and he didn't do it. Akufo-Addo came to Africa House in New York University. I was sitting on the second row looking at Akufo-Addo when he said, oh, any big deal. 2017, and Tronkwa, MPP and DC.
So this is clear, said they know, said the moment we involve the diaspora, you guys, we are enlightened. There's no way you are going to vote for a couple of sardines and I say $50 and answer say you are voting based on policies. It's definitely they will try not to allow that unit to take place. Now, the person in Busan said, Mr. Kranting, your overview of Ghana since Nkrumah took you over till now, what do you think the problem is? So far, how are we doing? And what do you think the problem is? And how do you think we can move forward?
The Mogul, listen, simple, very simple. Another thing, in last year, and the year before last, last year, after 2020 election, now we're disqualified, man, we'll come to that. I took it upon myself, said, listen, if I am going to do this, I am going to put my leg forward and be the best candidate I can present to Ghanaians.
Okay.
Indeed, what I did was I took all the money in the savings pot and went on trips around the world. I went to every country via one more economy, HCP, no building a new economy. No, based on technology, AI, nominate all these technologies, nominate a different paradigm of leadership. Just to see and understand, said the imagine in sync with the woman, and guess what? In every single one of them, it's either said we met a par with them or we exceeded them. When I went to Singapore, they looked at me and said, wow, they actually had me walk around with a group of students, Singaporeans, graduates, and educate them on building. It was incredible. I have the videos. I haven't even showed that video before. So, because I went to Singapore Department of National Development.
Okay.
I sat through, they taught me how they built Singapore, the things they did that are uncomfortable. I went through. Me call China, I did the same thing. Me call Qatar. I don't just go, it's not a vacation. It's a learning experience. So when I sit down with partners and developers, and they take a look at what I have. And the problem said they are kind of in Ghana and it's leadership. Plain and simple, it's a leadership problem. And the root cause of the problem. Now, the as citizens, symptoms.
Okay.
Because you will only see the symptoms if you don't dig deep. Okay. But attacking the symptom will not solve the problem.
Will not solve the problem.
We need to address the problem from the root cause.
Okay.
I look at it from the leadership point. If we take the leadership of the NDC MPP out, we install the leadership science-based, data-driven, human-centered, very, very key. Because we have to take care of our women, of our children, of our elderly, of our disabled, of our sick and weak and frail. We have to. I don't actually say munyansa. We see from every Kutuka airport, now do Accra airport sector, you're neglecting. There is something seriously wrong with our leaders. Seriously wrong. You cannot be a country a functional because in ubedu elwak na woma sebe woma na yekicha and woma te Boris. So Boris.
Oh.
Boris.
Boris, yeah, Boris. Oh, of course, Boris.
Good. Abriche, your friend Boris will have Abriche friend skateboards. Ubedu elwak na ayi woma cripples.
Cripples, yeah.
When we see Boris, so no more directed traffic because traffic light crying near Juma. Come on, man. Me boy, mon can't tell me. Me nam chrome de bia. Me take it. Me do baby. Me do phone. No bia. Hey, bra, you baby mu phone no. Now me the chat traffic lights. I lose count. Me go chrome one time. Me chat by 30 places at traffic lights in near Juma were in crying in the city of the. I say, what is wrong? Me free police ni back. Me say, I don't know. They be a traffic light in here. You must say, I don't bra. I'm saying, we don't know here. Juma, where Juma is a cheap acronym for no. Would you be done our directed traffic light? Traffic lights. Why you be? Osio na say, one more wise one more best sono. One more yenchi or moka yentin one more doom no. I'm saying what? Now me bow break. I'm so I want to see yenchi or moka. Yet the one moka best 4 months yenchi or moka yenchi one more doom traffic lights. I'm saying, I make us say you, as you and you. Woman, just say, Yenchi Omoko, Jebi, into almost what strike, they're doing traffic light. Now, vantage points, need to be called some major vehicular accidents. The traffic lights here doing.
Wow.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh, make him serious.
Mr. Cranton is saying, you say leadership. At the end of the day, we complaining. We attack it. What we see is the symptoms, but the main problem is leadership.
Sure.
That's here. Now, Yenshe, after colonization, you see, and Chroma say we are able to handle our own affairs into Omako. Do you think, say, Yenya fan who dis are there
be a nail. I've been in your. See, one of the things, let me tell you this, and this is part of my analysis of my. One of the things are not, Minim said, not Nkrumah wanted to push these guys out because nobody wanted them around because they just no more exploiting. Or no, not it was more a personal vendetta and more than said. He thought said we could figure it out, and if he had stayed around, I would have figured it out. But at the time, not one of the key things that I have come to realize today when I did my research, and then it said there were too many Ghanaians are not any specialized at a lot of things. Now, I'll break it down later.
Okay.
And it's said, when a country cannot grow in wealth and development till you have high levels of specialization.
Okay.
So, let me prove it to you. That at the same time, in the late 50s, 60s, now, yenya independence, you know. Not yet Taiwan, about par in terms of any production styles.
Okay.
Go take a look at Taiwan, see, night and day to Ghana.
Far ahead.
It will be BMO. Now, what they did, they said they went into specialization.
Okay. They
developed competencies. Something that it's been Deborah Funame parking. Just say, my leaders na mukra. You see, Obiaba oka industrialization, yenye say. But the key is not just industrialization, because industrialization will give you a lot. Industrialization is horizontal.
Okay.
But Yehiani say, Yehiana horizontal and vertical simultaneously.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why. Say, yeah, say, yeah, 24-hour economy. Really? Yeah, say, yeah, 24-hour economy, near your Walmart 24 hours. We're still not going to build incomes. Because how much of a Walmart, how much of Syria, how much of a Potoriua can you sell to make money? But NVIDIA can make microchips worth thousands of dollars that they could put into a system and make millions.
Make millions, yeah.
Because they have specialization.
Yeah.
We don't. So you see the difference? We need competencies, and then not only competencies. Competencies is going up this way. Once we get to the roof, then we go this way.
Okay.
Then that is complexity. So we need competency and complexity.
Okay.
These guys don't understand that. Jebi, now let me just say this. Mahama Nipa all these parliamentary presidential candidates, they stealing BBA Mekabiano, maybe I know my policy. Inti me sure say marking with your mama 1 week. Oh, we miss with your money. BBA Mekabiano, Makubiano, but the truth of the matter is we need competencies and we need complexities. So the number one country in complexity is Germany in the world. Inti one more year, very high complexity. I must say Taiwan, Korea, China, of course, women are in the market fighting for complexity because see the trick is, Jebi, as I said, to me ye obia pe. Because I want our power. Now, we call no cry, we ya obia peno. We no won't add the value into Ukraino. So I said the aqua. Now, I didn't think yet, obia Phyllis on a Ghana for near ye cocoa, yeah, the value near the Amabroni, ye took go near the Amabroni. Guess why?
Why?
As I say, yeah, I laugh when I hear ministers seeing for account with TV. So we are going to start adding value. And I say, hey, or more kind of they don't understand. How do you add value? You cannot add value until you have the people who have the competencies to add the value. The reason it's here, you to me add a value, is because we don't have the competencies to make add the value. Now, what we have or what is available to us is because we have the money, we could buy our artificial general intelligence, nanotechnology, augmented reality, virtual reality, cellular intelligence. So many now we could buy. Yeah. But so who would say, how do you buy to assemble the people, train them, build the competencies now for you to have the power? Because on Kianyoma, Meko crying to me are they value because we don't have the competency. So, Abrobe ye cha Abrobeno ye shepoko abrochire. Bisa se Abrobeno ye kanena ye de juices ni ade ni aton ana. Debi ye shepe raw Abrobeno ko. Ekutu ye shepe raw ko. Bibia ye shepe no raw. We don't have the competencies. Rich hospital ayesi, madam fubi or your doctor won't be one by service every year. Ghana. I say, Kofi, I'm whisker power. And I'm saying, yeah, whisker, won't carry on. I say, maybe I don't come. I'm saying, I say, what call Rich Hospital? Their rooms are the most sophisticated computers, any equipment for her. Guess the problem?
What's the problem?
Women need technicians, women until they can't function, they can't work. Your top machines no. Ubia koye extra who don't come me. I said but you need technicians who want to take how to operate it. Into your say, call baby pediatric ward now. Over corner machines ne ABP air red flag. Beep 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 beep. There is a block in the system. Maybe one more air pipe no I block that's so cleaning. Next part of me, so no, I cancel. Now all my friends and say, wait just say when you nasal path no you block that's a set will clear also you they be outside on me near clear or so you back clear so we huna aye more
This is sad.
oh yeah you kuni pasa yantiasie.
So Kofi Shadio Mibusao said, do you think say your freedom? Like, are we that, you know, after Nkrumah, do we have the freedom and are we that independent? It's me running your own affairs. At the question Mibusao was say, I believe say the West, even after leaving, they still have ways to control your chrono.
Of course.
Do you agree? Okay.
Absolutely.
So now, okay. So how do we liberate ourselves from that control?
Okay, simple. There are Minia, let me tell you this. And won't say any of the candidates can wait in percent me can will show you so. No be to say Jebi show you soon Kofi quarantine back kind.
Screen recording, mommy.
Kofi and Jebi show you so Jebi the Mogul show you so pet na Kofi back kind. Into me come the reason in tia yen to me enya independence, yen to me we can never get independence, no NSA. See, building a nation, no, very specific. It requires some specific science. It requires a specific. And you're my banya, and your mano a ding, and you're my 10. Mechanical. You're my 10 no. Housing, healthcare, employment, education, telecommunication, transportation, security, recreation, markets, functional central business district. If a nation does not have it can never elevate to a middle income status, a first class, a first world. It can never do that. And what it will do is that it will continue to wallow in the spectrum of substandardness.
Okay.
It will bounce, ping, pong, ping, pong. But the spectrum, no, poverty spectrum.
Okay.
So when you do Sanyoma 10 year, you elevate to now a developed status.
Okay.
Then you go into a developed spectrum.
Okay.
Now in the developed spectrum, no, what everybody strives to be, is to reach excellence. Until Uko baby to say UAE, Uko baby to say Qatar, Uko baby to say Singapore. One more problem is now that they've gone to one more every developed started one more year into pursuing excellence. Everything about about excellence.
They are now trying to
perfecting excellence, if there's such a thing. Because I mean, you have to be there. You have to see how they do things. So na red light have so near see chema, utu na see car when na light is so red. A bit blinking red say ube free kwanum ako. Just to alert cars say red is so there. And your friend the art of visual deterrence. A detail will say stop.
Yeah.
So I mean it's the to elevate the human experience, the flawlessness of the human experience.
Okay.
It's incredible. Just say and nutritious.
Yeah.
So I mean everything to a whole different level. The service here, the mount restaurant experience enye aduane no kwa say we do ho na be greet you na be seat you na be pampa na be bro towel se fa paper won sa na ye towel big Google lap so na ye be mount option to an electronic menu and a manual menu na ye be mount appetizer be on the house.
Yeah.
Your baby shall say, how's your day? I mean, so it's the competition, no, a hot a woo. Now, they call Osu restaurant, you may now be in New York buying your coin. Now, see, you didn't come as in now.
Because these stories in Ghana, no, it's just.
You do want to say, Nampacho Mupe Bibi. I'm saying, Moton carpet, waha. My bad restaurant. So, but the thing is, you see, and you're the fault too.
No. Go for orientation, just a whole life, nothing.
They don't understand. And me call restaurant wosu. Now, me call restaurant wosu no. Me training a day me duane abreme no. Take out. Now, woman ya fight ewo ho. I'm say, oh, woman ya fight now. Maybe I'm na and fight ne physical obane bema. Say obane say hey. Now we just say, hey, me can't when you're my way, I am not me say fight, blows. Now, in Crawford, how one be pattern, just say free show.
You see,
but these are some of the things that Anka there is baby nipa to me. But and say customer who said there is BBC air cost because it affects the brand. So
yeah. But do you know the sad thing though? And to quite see hono, say see what USA customer ebeka sa hanye safe mean the what have you.
Me say you better fire woman. You can't dare.
Yeah.
You see, but this is the standards they be American. So
yeah.
We have substandardized ourselves to a new level below par. Now, why would you ministers you almost got to parliament then now your friend say president to be the no person president to crown or say or per se on the toilets and back consumer memory can on the oba obeligalize you kada no my encoconia tonia ton kunkusiania won't for eco space. Elon Musk be an 100% automated factory our China. From beginning to finish, no, everything is done by computers. And you're going to cool. Yeah, legalize you kada.
Wow.
Just say, I mean, you see the level.
Elevate the minds of the people.
But Mr. Bahumia dear, why dream because no, or bet Chayam, why a kaya ye, now a kaya ye new year, or be found or the work corner could train you to be ICT. I'm saying, why do you have to wait for concept?
What Mama Tiasia said, control here, definitely. The West is controlling us.
Oh, without a doubt.
But me person me who say poverty any at the level at which we are no. And no na ye omo agenda and now say they are controlling us and making money, but emum ye leaders you know ana kakra na omo benya no na omo ntimi fan develop o man no. Which is which?
Okay. Inti, a very good question. Inti, here comes the problem. Ehona meme was he say, ehona ye na ye wo, and say, Mogul. Campaign ya me ye. Obi beka say, oh, Kofi Cranton cried and tenenka. Kofi Cranton cried on your flash. Me who said ne cast nam kruma wa brande home. Kofi Cranton on see billboards here, ne offices ewe hen. Inti the Ghanaian mind no has been acclimated to expect and you may be from a traditional politician say, oh, be pray to me. As I said, oh, my flat screen TV, where the freezer na be nemu, microwave na magi no de say ba ene mo no and de be say ka ho. Oh, now ma Wellington boots ne ntoma no ne ade. Inti won ma ehu sa nyoma na free Kofi ho a. Kofi we need grounds. Oh, no grounds. Debi umre mo. But now here comes Jebi to had a problem. No, the problem is how the person makes their money for the campaign is the beginning of the country's problems. Because my main concern is nipa bi te hɔ no ma wo mo hwɛ Ghana and how Ghana is working. No me who said 2024 election no either say Bahumia nebedi, Mahama nebedi, Kofi Kranti nebedi, Cheda nebedi. Okay, Lanchamanti nebedi, and I said okay. Inti woman who say no am say okay. Yen free Kofi Kranti has a man of 20 million obejiana. Ye free Kofi Kranti too known or see on ye onimiansa munyano. Ya free Chamanti, ya free ya pia sika bia ma wom de ye me nima de bata bia na sa na akoba. Inti wom nim se woma ye pia sika na ma wom no ba ku bedi ni dia they come in and they claim sika edema obia from sa ba ku no di no because they don't want to take a loss. Inti paper edema say sanya san ye de say sika na ma na dia ye campaign and say wodia yen ye ba be pick finance minister pick agriculture minister ministers yen ye ba be pick yen ye ba be pick the way will be the country should run. We are desperate and wanting to win in Tina, so I sign. We win
Is that much control?
Oh, of course. Now, the Tina Kufuado in the first year, or the 127 ministers buying, why they or the bedding? Why did he need 127 ministers? Catch me, doesn't make sense.
No.
Me, yeah, the 10 ministers near Deba. Why did Akufo-Addo need 120 ministers? 127. He didn't need. He actually appointed 127 ministers. So, inti wona wusika wokwaji ya na hunsu anso no Ghana fo muntie ni ye. Mo a mo pe flash. Mo a mo pe ade a mo fe na mo pe se mo hu se Kofi Kranti or to sika gu form chale campaign ni mo ye.
Musika na ye di no.
Yeah, we munkosia na ye we na ye munkoko no. So
the control and the benefiting the benefits the West is benefiting no.
This is when you give it away. And your time about power no. Now all your campaign no is when all the deals are being signed. Ghana for muntie ni ye. By the way the people come into power, no necessarily oba he's going to be controlled.
Yeah.
And also tina me Jebi me say me nkodi sika bia. Se Ghana for anto aba ma me a ton Ghana for. But me nkoye sa mistake na me I come and I point fingers to NDC and MPP so me ya for. Na me makodi sika na me no I won't do it. I won't do. And tina Ghana for p so say oh enya munye ku obi anye ku. Exercise your constitutional right and vote for the right person.
Yeah.
Innocent person.
Yeah. On that note, no, exercising your constitutional right, no, as a citizen, no. To be honest, the mindset of the citizens. They said they now can say they have been conditioned to think, say, will be a campaign, no one show flashy cars with branded name, billboards and this mana. How do we help conscientize the minds of the people? Let's say we're president right now. The mindset of Ghanaians, and moving forward from the ways that it has always been.
Oh, and they're easy. Once I become president, the NAJB very easy because you be change BBA campaign finance and you be changing. Obia and to me sika and campaign. Me president now. Obia wo pese we president no. And say wo kwaje ebia be 200,000 signatures. So from all the constituencies, say obi pese nkrofo prince say why impress woman that much say you want to be considered for president. Say unya sa 200,000 signatures from all the constituencies of Ghana now. Not to say wako bebia ne nkrofo akokasa ne womo aye stakeholder meetings am obia hu adwene wo tiri mo ma pene so say akwai me pene so say me stand say yen consider no once a unya sa signatures no na wo de back to electoral commissioner. Now, electoral commissioner approve now finance amount ABA 20,000, 50,000 cities set fire or campaign. Or campaign now, and your billboards campaign. And yes, I walk from town to town. Time with the nation. You come and there's a debate. Ubia eba your schedule with TV so prime time on all the networks. Ebia ene Monday person A, Ochina Tuesday person B, Wednesday person C, all the way from Monday. Candidates in now mumwenya mu 200,000 name signatories. You know, muna we bring you all together on the stage. Yeah, national debate. Then. The nation picks, and who he says we put Kabia Mobi, Koto TV, promise constituency be chairman said, would dear over Warren Baba the be
na Kofisiano say Sanyo Manambem. Now you deprive the people of sa and tokens no munyana. Majority of the people no comprehension. They say what the policies to about this year as because majority they don't even get it. I won't say it right now. No me funny say ya katisa freebies no. But now they are sharing their policies. Yes, you him say comprehension a problem. Inti no omo tie na dey na omo ko gina so dey atwa ba. The majority.
I don't know. There's going to be a national education.
Okay.
All the radio stations, all the TV stations. Instead, say Omoka say Malam Sedu, a friend saying Jebi. Oh, they say oh yere back on. Oh, pe yere mi ensa na wo yere no mu who say oh yere no mi ensa be who Malam Sedu ewo Abu Junction. Now on how ebina san kwa 70 na ebe ye free TV so yeah, better education. Any friend of best stimulating intellect, you know.
Yeah.
Revolution of the intellect. Into your curriculum say Baba Sissa. Curriculums at the educational level, no. Yeah, Bessissa. Emma actually nipa dear from kindergarten. What responsibility as a citizen, even at the age 2 years old, you know. Yeah, bechiro buadia, bu mami, bu papa, service to to say the Japanese for no yesa. In Kolano, uko school, mwana mopra, mwana mu yi garbage kogu ayim, ye chira mu say the mo be helpful, e wo fie. Na mo aduane kra no, we had mo kitchen, mo hu say the mo tenase na Sana Japanese in Kola Yemu. Inti Obenyi no or respect. Emma Penny. So, I never be training and Kola no. Curriculums in English for curriculums or ye be tuning ye be bonfire about Kwashi Sanka Semina. Mean that out. So, and sectors need now so be align it consistent with Sa. A friends and curriculums here Baba setting. Inti who billboard will not if you're doing in a tone kakra no next Sani on Yaman Sani any now you be here for system. So be up and up. You be elevate the mind. That some cost so social media and go for way koda ni school way cha way or be chunk a barrier no their massa. Come on, demoralize it. society no. We yes indecent exposure na masa. Idea the bell.
Now, Kofi, remember according to your policies, we are working towards before we get to your main policies. Now, emrofone ba ya omo even starting a trade ya ekoni bedi omonsa no. The missionaries for by ama omo be schools are even till now cry schools ni bi wo ho. Religion omo de by no. Do you believe say a bois emma omutimi take over? Etimi control your dream. Now, my question is say, is religion helping? And I say religion and moi ewo growing. And what if you are given the opportunity to be the president regarding religion?
Okay, so religion across nipa P to go into a state, yeah, a friend, an entitlement state. Just say one now say a now a couple of things in all fairness, no, a couple of things. Because your leadership, your governments have not done what they were supposed to do, Nintino. The Akobana said there's been a huge vacuum and not will be a failing, and woman will take advantage of that vacuum, no, a software, and sorry. And let me tell you why. Imagine say your was society a juma ebu boys and girls who you may be driving a cars one more vacation near day Monday Monday to Friday or quite juma Saturday you're spending time with the parents, maybe a Sunday or quite sorry or ne be a warrior or in crew one more call out on a date bb. Dabe no babenya time or kakotena sorry them 3 hours. I bought empire say nyame emano o man a car o man is no dia fatrotro o man adwuma panye o man boy bi na boy no ebia ne birthday ba
destiny helper.
So I feel o kwa sorry na me secret say na ebia so for say you favor is going to come to you on this birthday. Masa, so you are going to get a visa. Somebody is going to get, I receive. Masa, so I mean, the Americans say, so for now, so a binomo can be because the woman pay a body na no an acceptance say Ghana yet ubia momodino free her. And so problem no ye creative. Inti say most of one rather say open pie say I sorry manya visa non kwa bruche no so I receive or chin will be able to say or American football professional football well
receiver.
Why say ye benya the right leaders na catch I sorry ma say woman vote to against Dukadaya mafioso cabals of NDC and MPP criminal organizations. Yet to about many poor or junior or door mine or pay your money ye. Send a Hannibal to Sabruchi. Jebi me boa catch me. I don't know Obia Bompire may cost of for Waku who saw for no Pompire Mamina menya visa this year. I didn't know the whole conversation is about yen free chrome uncle. Now yen your crone. So now you're soft for papa, oh Bompire saying for free chrome uncle. And I said, and I said, say, I saw food because Mr. McQuarrie, Abruche, the Abroforeign, the Brunia Bonobunia, Bobby need to say Brunina. Now, ye leaders now are dreaming Papa New Mutim, the year bread. They say, we're not children of a lesser God, we are citizens of a low thinking government. That's what it is.
Yeah. Bro, me that say intino when it comes to religion, you think say when citizens are provided with opportunities are only time to spend 3 hours. Okay. You think that's the only way you deal with them.
Let me tell you another thing. Most of the people are one more caught into a service say no, many one more kasa. It's out of hopelessness. One more say, bia they can see some glimmer of hope in their life. Say, one more person, listen, it's bad. Jebi me nada. Well, men can show they're not publishing the suicide rates of teenagers and young people right now. It's bad.
Really?
Committee suicide
in Ghana?
Yes.
Hey, any problem?
No, a problem. Anyway, teenage births are ever. Children are giving birth to children. Because mommy, kwabrani aduane ontumi handle the responsibility. Mommy no so ontumi meet ne needs into your year adwuma double. Girl need to feel when me phone na credit sent to see abontin boy bi ache no aye na handsome akonyin sen or the problem about. So third because we must so we kwa catch our parents we ma kono me bi boy na kopo se bi ama no e no so akokun akola. Nti happen pa. So Eastern region, abortion capital of the world. Yeah, abortion, baby. Yeah.
Why your research found?
Oh, na say research and I mean you'll be there and I miss me copy. But I
don't know.
State in there, but no correct. So
the information is there.
Yeah, me say Eastern region I say hon weather and I say cool across the general. Not me nim.
And no has a part. It has a part to play.
There be winning BB. We are suspect.
David. Eastern like oh yeah, trust. Tradio. Yeah, clear religion side no. Now tribe.
Tribe no, Jebi problem or what tribe no want to say. Say tribe say what Ghana ni na no. Dentia we feel the say or what edge over we feel comfortable way. It's always about the distribution of assets.
Okay.
Distribution of a nyoma one more life, it means something to them. Inti say one more your farmers are one more per land, one more per arable lands, no more dria, one more crops, no more chimia harvested. Inti say ebi a woko no office say ya. Dentia a cornia dear bahona a land no dear what do they yield out of the land? Subsistence, ne lifestyle.
Yeah.
Inti sa your government 1% north for tribal fights bemuni idea. You make sure say one so they see the light. One machines be a one they do full. Okay, inti we did you. Maybe a president. Now one tribe a claim 2 acres. Okay. Now one tribe a claim 1 acre. No more and na heads. One tribe what 1 acre no. Remember almost twice the machinery saying the other tribe now what more acres, you know. Identity because with the machinery, you know, you could up your yield.
Yeah.
And yeah, no. Now, a home so qua mud houses no near de ensure ni ho into court now say hey listen then person could be a baha bansa crown and make us you be see a modern a complex amamu na ma nyanyuma ya mu betumi a level mo sustain this lifestyle mu ma mo betua mo electricity mo ma benya school papa ko o ka say ye we ya obi beko na Jebi mama misa asemu wo kwa abrochire no wo ni America ni kokon ye wo ni America ni ankokon because they are so one sabi so we sabia on so no one sakan ye exactly yeah ye tu kwan ko ye foreigners ye ko into nkofo amen so a ye kwa ni ye koto ba ye nya na to bi kwa fufu ye so because one ma ye bi me so ye so that's all you have to do nipa enya problematical nipa empe KKKK. Most human beings, you know, have a peace and live a decent life. It is a woman, one more can't be a woman. Unya, the number 10 Americana, housing, healthcare, employment, education, transportation. Woman almost on your mana. They're happy. Uko Dubai, Woko Dubai, woko Singapore. Most woman, wakasi woman say one train area say beba. They just walking around gay. They just happy. Just say who do omo ye? Wakasi woman infrastructure. They're just happy to be there, to be alive, to enjoy the sun. They smile. Hi, hi, how you doing? They say they're just happy because Baby, I found Singapore. Good food, good drinks. Because as I see and so 24 hours, 24 hours. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Wow. Now, so far, no, MPP, NDC, Oma CV, say in a position is either is going to MPP or NDC. And I think so, Omo backbone in the tribes, who share MPP at Santa for, and as I account for, who share a MPP, just why, and only a more of a collective. How do we, as an independent candidate, no? A better than changes our mindset of the people.
Very simple. The TN said, "Nuntina we feed so very important waha. Identity because you see, the Jebis na wahano. They have parents and they have grandparents. Inti ye catch a Jebi. There are 12.5 million youth. Ghana. 85% plus on social media. You catch the woman who say it's to their benefit, say Kofi Granting the next president of Ghana. They will take the message. Now let me tell you something, a misconception. I know feel say the ignorant masses and they make a decision in terms of who wins.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think so?
Let me tell you what happens. What happens, they say, the ignorant masses, they depend on the narratives formed by the educated few. I promise you, man, that's what it is. The moment that the educated few start to say, they go with it. The only thing is for me, you can't change it because it's been washed down from above. The educated masses, more educated masses are more 12.5 million now social media. Change the narrative. Talk to your parents, talk to your grandparents. Incidentally, with 12.5 million, you don't even need them to come in if you come in force. So we need for you to come in as a block. Mobile in as a blocker. Come on, man. You will turn the dial. You flip it.
Okay. For me, that's it. They say, I'm about to get personal. Yeah, me hear me. Any day hear Abucha, you've been to so many other countries. Otina UK.
So many Abucha
not no. What's that to quote and Kobe so? Of UK any US now one. Saying na a kuno eshe enkwara any mammy for omo awo single parent. The person woman with experience now mammy adekuntia omo prioritizing korano.
Because your future anyway. I say a society dear input the women at the top of their social ladder. No, it's a society yet ready to die. Society be unprioritize the lives of their women. Adenti women no they blow oxygen to life. So inti very America incomes here dema a friend of WIC, women, infants, and children. So,
Kofi, what being?
Oh, Debbie.
And that's what being per se, but you are well informed.
Oh, and no crown on unim. So, and let me tell you the dynamic. When you know something and somebody reiterates it, that it affirms it for you. Inti, that's what is happening. So, yeah, Inti, I'm affirming what you already know. Inti, I say, oh, and yes, me, Bibia make I will hold that. But you have to be bold enough to know, say, as I said, sadly, we into Jebi Mamisawu because
make us say and I say you are well informed, you know. You make me busa Ghana for about 90% of them what WIC stands for, and they won't be able to tell you. And for you to know, no, that means you did your research, you read about it. And I wouldn't these things were put in place for women. Yeah. Go ahead.
But you see, the most amazing thing is say, listen, if you want to, and listen, I'm not saying that from a point of a EBS. Let me be very honest with you and to everybody who's watching us. No candidate for president in Ghana is more prepared than I am. Jebi, no doubt.
And it's not any out of cockiness, it's just you're confident. Wouldn't him.
Let me tell you, me say, Famahama, Fabaumia, Fachamantin, Phobia, Mupibia, Mra, Namose, Yang, yet debate on specific things. Nobody comes close. Not even
sensational things that you say to the people.
No. And the thing is, and you're my Pino Crano, Menkai.
Oh, I feel ever call. It's about to
and I mean council and the reason is that but the thing is there's just so much that and a pino so a strategic just say Jebi Netiana said and you many people on my can now a high target so to the American for
okay. Matthias here.
You be on my skew no kakra.
Yeah, but that's with Enkorane and Manadian.
Mamenka asema about Enkorane and Madia, as I say, hey, let me tell you, Intina, Jebi, Jew for the Bian, Womudi societies P kind of because of where they place their woman. So, as I was sure Bano, yen society, the Pessia yen mano, and say, as I see a nourish woman, hey, Jebi, the Eba mano. We are ban also a war 6 months before I'll be one of Krania signing with the midwife. You have mouth vitamins and making sure say when we are mineralized.
But we wait away, so say how bana wait a message now, so can you buy it to me?
Jebi, maybe you show a friend of money and wellness out of Virginia, USA. Would be so be or better choice a coffee quarantine si kasem frewa fire. Virginia Nebisan.
Okay.
Bia, I wish you for more me, Obia only me bia from a Sikasem any wellness program, me ye wellness. Me a idea me it's me strong a ye sadie we are me no okay. And then me will. So Obia only me bia and say wellness with society anyway na me and name me wheelhouse. And no me ye crans and I decide say me go into politics. Na more I don't know more kawa.
Any account and a main agenda. Not your policies in place, but are there per se government in yema and inquire. That's what we are hoping for.
In America say, okay, how do you build a society without these things? Obia Obeba one Casanyama we know. They don't know what they're doing, man. For real.
That's it. It's not what was no material.
Kind of said that I mean can't some show. Say ya no more say Galam say situation unim. With insuring says they say in Kolaya warm it deformed. So him sir. When him say a friend said toxicity levels, you know. affected a man on course to be carcinogenic. Omo be cancer at some point. So, inti they say ye pese and say mami 40 no as I say ye mineralize one, ye detoxify one. A P it will be a little too late and yeah can. But the society be and plus I back no say over 30% of your society, your population no elevate below 5 cities a day. Meaning say no. Now
come again.
Over 30%, about 30% of your population elevate below 5 cities a day.
5 cities a day?
A day, yeah. And yet 10 cities, 5 cities a day. Inti Sankrofoni no, they are going to, whether you like it or not, going to be liability to the state. Inti if say one first Sankrofona. Woman on babe the next generation of armed robbers babe hack no.
What I say. And a man no ye benye momo easily by men. Omuntimi nhwe wo mo.
Ono no wo no o se nyame nhira. Nti edwan so owo sa na wudi anu so no owo a but okay. Oh, see sorry we no me koma say o frame na nke ye kan because wuntie let me tell you. Woni mu se sesi a me ne mo ka say idea said mechanic but there was an experiment in the north no sterilize a man na woman de buy a set ye de bema womo cholera nominate malaria vaccines nominate vaccines ye de be na sterilize wom wonim sa be Washington your friend Kwame Fusu or your lawyer, or Rebecca Institute, or Washington, or the one who call court we need case against them, one off. Your government here and my woman be experiment. When him say GMO experiment, one more year, genetically modified organisms experiment, one more year Ghana no. Under Mahama nebai. Munim.
Wow.
Woman him sa. Winti se munim sa gene therapy, any gene manipulation experiments for Ghana no yenim ana yenim yetumi soma tonton baako ebekeka yen ekuyen ya yenim entonton
wow
yen pe 1931 as a saying na malaria free Europe 1951 na war America and then still the same people now womu pushy say womu be extincted malaria Africa no womu free Europe ni Americans womu tumi enye womu tumi extincted malaria Africa what be say hosa dienti. The government yana because say yen self-sustained in vaccines synthetic pharmaceuticals. Listen, let me tell you, man. The Gucci synthetic pharmaceuticals Gucci catch it. You don't even have food security, man. Come on, man. Let's end this because this is so ridiculous. You don't even have food security. You don't have food security. You don't have water. You don't have housing. How the hell do you begin to tackle healthcare? You can't. And Kolane Mami Foyi, they're all vulnerable. Hey. And Kolabia ni aye told di ewa hano hane Ghana ne Ghana ne. They want to get rid of Yankolani and
your problem.
People don't get me started.
All right. So Kofi, last one. Hey, then I'll leave you to go into your policies. Then after that, not will be your personal questions via Etimiabaso. One, Kofi, how do you give free education a country like Ghana, free education, no I'm a free boarding.
All right. So in simple terms, you don't give free education. Okay, education is free, but to one more qualify, and the TNS say any be make more money. Incomes are higher, you don't give it free across the board. So number one. Number two, education, no, yeah, per se, yeah, the best education. Okay. You don't want to make education beneficial at the terminal stage.
Okay.
Education, mano, Jebi, in a spectrum. Spectrum, no, from a foundational level all the way to the terminal level.
Then
you go from 1 to Yenfan said 10. This senior high school, no, ewo 7, 8. So before you go to tertiary. So now, Jebi, and Untina, you invest in, see, that goes back into my policy. I will say, with
your information, I have no idea who you are.
Okay, what did you? Akolaya would know first between the ages of 1 and 7. No, I don't know. You're malleable.
Okay,
that's the best time to change ne adwene sena eye adwuma.
Okay.
It's a hono na essential woman the most potent input of how you want them to acclimate to be functional. Inti na abroche in Kolano, one education here potent no. Because obedu high school no, na middle school, high school no, na onimadiye when you're the foundation. Inti sa woka sa wo be ma free education. Na wa ma Kolano foundation bia na kwa na senior high school no, woka sa wo man free na. Adwene ye formed that inti a more difficult for them to absorb their building blocks no here. Inti the kind of say the Kofi Cranton ye say ye bet man in the full spectrum from beginning kindergarten all the way to senior high school no ye be in Kofwa one year qualified for the free education no. They are exposed to woman. Now, what mess but quality education, from the foundational level.
Okay.
That year, obey through senior high school, no, obey more productive. Who said Yankolano or Frigana no could do a bridge here? On so or not functional. Yet, ultimate track classroom one and near any just on chipping. So, because I didn't know any fault. Yeah, I'm trying to say basic they can't even string a sentence together grammatically. That makes sense. So, system, no, it's not positioned to make our children globally competitive. They say we are in a world village, they say, with artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, cellular intelligence, quantum computing, nanotechnology. So technology makes it that any part of the world now you're exposed to Sanyomaya, you could be equally intelligent. But as I said, you have built from the foundational level, which we don't do. So, into your policy, a free education to people who qualify, but through the whole spectrum. And yet, 0, 0, 0, 0, amount, and a surge of it would do high school.
High school,
and you're functional. That's what we're gonna do.
Okay, the last one I want you to touch on. From me, perspective, I don't think say boarding school. Ghana for Enquara, especially with the these teachers don't get screened. They are not protected. They are vulnerable. And just imagine, say, at the stage of 14, 18, that's the crucial year as a with parents and it's me won't change show the SOE. If you just imagine, say we'll send it all the way from Ashanti region to Volta. I know so who experiences are in the system. No, what do you think? Do you think say the ideal system and I say?
Okay, indeed, a couple of things. With the way I ever build the system, no, you don't have to migrate to anywhere. All education at different levels will be present in every region. Into the Motowns, the Adisados, the Kwaboches, the Wesley Girls, the Holy Child, South schools you would have that level schools in every region.
Okay.
All the way from kindergarten to university, every region. Into your child will be close to you. So called Deo, so called Bordino, or you're close to you. Into that fixes the problem. The reason in TIA migrating it because we don't have the quality schools sprinkled over the country. It's only concentrated. I don't have the problem now, but into you take care of that problem by putting it in all the regions. So not concentrating it, number one. Number two, quality of education from teachers is substandard. And the reason is that teachers nankasa and go through the right training because when we are products of system now a failing
yeah.
So training has to change. Plus, as I said, what your friend said Nancy your friend saying Napo Wamokoma laptops to students. Students said 500 and something thousand. You come almost 200 or 300,000 laptops as the same. Into deficits, how are you going to be able to pick and choose who to get the laptops?
Yeah.
So, and plus teachers now, one more laptops integrated into Nkolano laptops na better on and one more laptops need. How are you going to be able to have the students learn on the laptops in isolation? They have to be plugged into a system, integral.
Yeah.
One more teachers no one laptops need. And I baby open your laptops in the crowd power.
Wow. Kofi made us say. Right now, I will leave the floor for you. Not their own ideas are whatever no policies. The open so my with me. I know say any now with me that 12 now. But I can't be with me. No, I'm after the amount for with me about so no more my drink.
Yo, Jebi, the tenor said Medawase Pane Akwenya. It's been I've enjoyed the interview. But the woman said, Jebi, let me tell you this. And yet about we have a choice view. You don't have a choice. Muntiri Americano, Ghana youth, you don't have a choice. Nekasi, you don't have a choice, sir. You are not at liberty to say, may call NDC, may call MPP, may call Chamantin, may call Cheddar, may call Obia. You're not at liberty to say that. The only liberty you have to say, I have to vote for Kofi Granting. And let me tell you why. And yes, me kase me yesin woman na say, but me pet na me tuyama wo aspirations about true. Obia ante problem na say to say the me problem na say. And one more problem na say no one more yet because of one more interest, because of said the enam swap one more ebenya tumia one more press woman. Won't you the American? Men could you scout baby? Yeah, me my bamuna said, Yain a problem, not a way a problem. We have to fight. You have to pay for your freedom. Freedom no one free. Into Obia or Mawo Atias said, hey, but to Abama me Kopiska be a campaign to Abama or what? You're going to pay with your blood. Some of you will not even make it. You will die. Because when you accident, we are at that hospital now. Yeah, man, we drew hospital because the wrong person came in. The priorities here totally different from dear nanka wuhia to be saved, you know. Unfortunately, no, we don't have a choice in this matter. Say, you have to vote for Kofi Kranti. If you have any doubt, say Kofi Kranti no obe fix Ghana, call Jebi, let him interview me again. Put your questions to Jebi. So Omisa Menamen Chawasi, now who conclusively said Kofi understands the problem more than anybody who said or yet candidate for president. Nobody understands it better than I do. Nobody has a solution like I do. The solution is now you're organic. 99% of your problems in Ghana has it. Any baby, until be all bar or no, I can say or and I say obe tunton ya nyoma, and I say obe privatize nyoma, no, stay away from them. They don't know what they're saying. And ubi oba, Jebi, your top 3 policies, say you be change the constitution, number 1. You be eradicate corruption, number 2. Now you be institute a national development plan. Obia opesa oye president, on to mean can enter Ghana for say. Me pesa me president, pesa me triple presidential exemptions. Said the president be as a common man, udi bonia you to me punishing no a prosecuting say any other citizen of the land now. On your register of a president, and they're probably gonna be a corrupt president. To me can't say and nobody's as prepared as I am.
Okay. My last Kofi, also what the ministers 10. According to the constitution, I have 60% of your ministers also free parliament and when it comes to selecting a cabinet, your cabinet.
Cabinet requires say 50% should come from parliament because 1% a balanced cabinet. And you say almost that's normal share.
Okay,
I don't know.
Ministerial positions this way.
What's it?
And they for ministers, and they ought to me pick it free. But yeah.
One other pick it. And you say you pick it 10 ministers now. Now, yeah, they be 5 and now 6 are free. Parliamentary, a legislature, they want back into a cabinet.
Okay.
But you ministers in the obey ministers.
Okay. One last one. Then I the patch more request because Kofi Ghana for your problems. We're laying out. We know what we are facing. But the biggest problem those 2 parties. And don't you think say all the independent candidates come together. Now you getting rid of those 2, then we see the way forward. And have you thought about, for example, Cheddar AOB or so have you thought about merging?
All right. The prayer woman said, "Mene Cheddar Kasa," right? Mene na Kasa. But the truth of the matter is say, Kasa no enya one time pay and then Kasa. Ongoing. And some other candidates so Jebi Netiene said NPP and NDC have come to the realization says you say one actually one Inti woman kasa one more artificial in one more creative candidates a boom. One more masquerade say one more independent and now one more political parties. Now one more assault woman one may be one more traps one more could be na magic to pull you down. So I've been in the race since 2019. Inti me buy and I'm naive kakra. Inti me koenam ne ko fokusia so momi enka ye homom ne nya one na NDC NPP say who was the president? Oh, sir, Emma, so it's going to be now so tell baby fat. I'm saying,
Hey.
yeah. You'd be surprised. What my advice me say, I'm piss can be, you know, I'm saying I'm not interested. Me public enemy number one. So, more and more on the outside. Who almost say, oh, we go for coffee quarantine and I saw the two no person, massa. I bear phone quan no more outside. I bear phone quan. One more committee, they work for the MPP and NDC.
That's it. That's it.
A couple of weeks ago, Jebi, one guy said, "Uncle, for Baswa." Now, minim said, "Now, Obi about Kofi, you have to merge with the CPP, and then the woman I released.
I remember.
What release statement said they're not going to fill the candidate for 2024. Into me quiet, I'm no come yeah, and come away. Obiaba Kofi Unio decay magic, would you decay magic? Me one ma would decay and frame and can't let me cry, no, or nature man tia comedy. Me then a comedy yanka. Where am I by you? Obi Bessie. Inti Montomboise.
Okay. Robbie, that's it. Nyamisha we bring say Anna this invitation. The patrol is no. Remember Aquina ye Crawford net me able to have questions. STEM, welcome.
But also Jebi. Yeah, Brapani Kofi Michao na ele wakasapa. In fact, Mechiachi no semina matete no ebi ensembia meka say a brand new woman sumne ma adwemu. In fact, I demonstrate say we will be a was study political terrain no pa to me, not just our political terrain, but in comparison with global competitors. Any or more media no was study terrain no, and that's a plus for you. Now, my question no. I think say Jebi bisa ba akusisi enti no meja ato kakra hwe na akwese duplication imagine no na kan be bisa ho asem but Jebi bisa enti meja no na ma abeka me question no ba ako the issue of corruption. I think say we summarize wo strategies no bo so kakra but won share dan ko deep and enti me pese me pusu ehon no kakra na me hwe how a yebetimi afa bo na yate strategies for that particular problem. No, so if I say Global Financial Initiative from our report 2017, almost every year we lose around $2.1 billion. I think in mine is a similar report in 2017. How much we lost, I think, in the year $2.7 billion to corruption. And in the same year, Ghana a budgetary allocation in terms of income. I think 2017 was around 10.2 billion. I think 2022 in the course of Kakra 18 billion or something. This is a fast 2017 10.2 billion. No, not just that year. No, we income as of my year January, you lose close to 27% to corruption, and that is a huge problem because if you lose 26 to 27% of your income to corruption. It means in the first place, you're crippled before you even start anything. And a area be a here me papa. Now one of the things I think say system no the political interference and citizens in Ankasa Yisubain. We share a World Bank report on I think in 2019. World Bank report ebe chrema who said Uba Omai Ghana citizens in Ankasa no. Corruption too as a normal practice, like we've normalized it. Into or citizen, he's happy to pay, for instance, bribe, and he's happy to receive bribe. Into acquire to say DBA, a be systemic. Just citizens tum. Wahu. Into say kobasa na kamia kwe say fight no na akoye bibia wo ho. Ti me pese me hu say wo ba ya said ye wa church ni mama ya hu say yes wa dwemu do ne ma no wa dwen ho na wa ye say you bringing in strategies ebebo ama ya problem say ya itimi e waste almost 26% of our income every year. how are you going to tackle it? One, from the perspective of citizens, and also, as I don't be normalized, and a two, from the perspective of politicians and political interference. How will your government look at things differently from what we've been doing over the years?
Excellent question. Excellent question. All right. Me pet and maybe handle corruption this way. The way we're going to be able to eradicate corruption now, 3 ways. Because we can we be that. Now, Ochna Baumia na Mahama no be come who say, you better eradicate corruption 3 ways. 3 ways, criminally, administratively, and psychologically. Okay. Criminally, and saying criminally, they say, we are born in now, we prosecute and we jail you. So we are a member of government, a capital punishment, depending on type of financial loss to the state. It can mean death. That's serious. Now, the reason in TIA an instantaneous justice system, it deters people because that's how people see, say, it deters people from, say, or cause financial loss to the state. Any criminal, we're gonna have a 24-hour court system. Yet specifically for people of government. And opuni di any bia over 6 months, 8 months, one postpone judgment and I say next court date. Now opuni after 4 years, no, that's no. We back to back prosecute. You face your sentence. Said there will be a who said, you not just say a crime crowd. That's number one. And at 10 years why you prosecute too. Financial loss be a suffer, we will take that money, expenses, fees, interest, be beer combined. There's no way our family member and now will be around criminality no be benefiting. No. When we cry about two funaba near Pusio, baby, yenya labor mouth said you were pushing a poor who baby cry you. I'm serious. Number 2, administratively, and that's the more complex one. Number 1, you use paper money, you pay use electronic money, blockchain, no, you pay use debits and credits. They said Cecilia da Pasica unya people share name passing. A administration anka nensa enke sikada anka ni ministry ni sector no benya a credit memo say omenya $20 million, $30 million. A credit memo ontumi ko yisika no because a blockchain money. A very complex algorithm na issues our credit memo no. For the memo to go to another department, say one more bed dredge or donor, send one more 5 million. No, it will also be a complex algorithmic code. Now, woman sa credit memo no one could dredge na sa memo no acom into one account. Hands. Another thing for administrative part of eradicating corruption need to work. The first stage, and they said, you have to have the Obama bio institutional infrastructure. Institutional infrastructure, no. Obama bio is saying you don't need strong men, you need strong institutions. Any institutional infrastructure. Institutional infrastructure, you said, the BIA will be here to work and function, no. As I said, but your move force into me to my wife. BBA will be here to work and function 100% as a soldier. Because when you're signing your man or the year, then you cannot blame them say why you because of all the tools of the trade. So, number 1, institutional infrastructure. Number 2, institutional infrastructure. No, what will it work on? It will work on say the it will work on a system. system is a three-pronged friends saying technology. Three-pronged technology, an objective, the goal and the objective, the mechanical part of the system, and the discipline part of the system. It works synergistically, a triangle, objective, a goal, mechanical part of the system, and a discipline part of the system. Now, we are about because any systems. Most of them manage the ministers and the parliamentarians in Penny. Let me explain what a system is. A system is a behavioral performance mechanism you input into a human generator of an expectation, a predetermined an outcome. That's what a system is. Inti ayabibia woye to say oko Kentucky Fried Chicken, oko Pizza Hut. What might prepare what mu do ne deda. O pop Kentucky Fried Chicken now open fries almost say small, medium, large. Oka machine no ena a chip fries ne ma a chip fries ni ya wunni baako emfa wo san wo mu hwesa ben a bin ya the button goes from beep na edum. Now your job is to pick it up, shake it 3 times, and throw it on the server tray and salt it and serve. So, systems are your friend blockchain. Systems are onto me unfairly. Yeah, predetermined outcomes. No, uno. Would you ekasi A no amia A, ekasi B no amia B na ma outcome. Sana ye ba be running no. Ghana enyoma ye running wo Ghana ni na no personality based. Say personality based. The kwaku na ya results are different. Mami na ya results are different. Into ye need consistency. We need consistency. We need dependency. We need dependency. You can't have security. We need security. You cannot make money. Until I did because or predetermined the outcomes now. So because you're system based, yes, you're personality based. Until you come from an institutional infrastructure, now you have a system. System will run on the technology here blockchain. Blockchain no na eba be create registry na e dey be transactions na algorithmic na obia into duplicate. Inti that makes it tight. Obia into yes system. And thirdly, you be changing corruption no game no with psychology. Into right from baby I started kindergarten now. Yeah, ma womo, yeah, training womo. Part of curriculum, no, they say, love your country. No, say your country, is in existence because of you. We are human-centered leadership. Inti, everything we do is for your benefit. Inti, don't corrupt the system. Don't steal from the system. Don't hurt the system because you are going to inherit it. Inti, we are kolano who say. I didn't hope for media. I have to love it. I have to protect it. So then we build the psychology from beginning of loyalty, any patriotism. And only 3 systems, no? Criminally, administratively, psychologically. Nobody has it in this world. I've traveled the world to check. Nobody has that system. First in the world, the of Ghana.
Yeah,
that's how we're going to take care of corruption.
Yeah, I think so. That's a very excellent to me question. In fact, I'm impressed by what strategy, what disintegrating into 3-tier psychology. I mean, psychology not targeting nipa no ayeti then administrative criminal aspects. I think that's a very excellent strategy. A bit me media. My last question. I mean, see from about your health system. No, I think as I say, your model now, your practice, which is the beverage model, a combination of social insurance and a tax based system. No, I think say you say outcomes na yenya no ensha da moa na nsenya ye tetetete nsema yesi wo ye health system no mu hospital yesi ya yesi na yakuja obi atohwa na yesi. I mean it's a bad scenario you encounter to say. So I want to know, what do you have any specific before particularly funding, because most of the time funding is a problem no to say system practicing a beverage and social insurance na can boom nti NHI levy kakra na ya science wa ye kakra na ya ka boom na ya fund system. Do you have any be a wa buy no be to make sure say funding na sustainable, so that be yeah management of your hospitals and your facilities and be in a way betimi aboa ma timamufo no so apom den ya tumpo, so the stories any one necessary na maybe anansan yeta tetetete no entity bio.
We're going to go into a whole new paradigm. So, paradigm you ever call functional nutritional medicine. Functional nutritional medicine, they say, train my one yari and signing at all, because bottleneck, back from the for PIA. Until then, funding becomes a problem. So why yari ahead and funding be a problem? Not to say you need an answer for that, but me mama go into something. They say the system you use today, your Western medicine. You practice it, Ayurvedic, natural, your friends saying African medicine, holistic, naturopathic, allopathic. You combine all the medical technologies, together. Now you go into more educating people in the right things to eat. You say, let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. So, if you don't let your food be your medicine, you're going to eat medicine as your food. And the reason they say, in most countries now Apple Saimiane no Arab countries near P Wahonoma Imiania Womu Eni Arab countries Womu Piano and one the back into Africa, particularly Ghana. Inti start your food security levels baby meeting baby go into sustainable agriculture. Agriculture big deal. That was your policy, because I know that everybody generating BBI BBI. Inti everybody genuine pa. Near for the right way to eat. I'll give you an example. I mean, I know this is crazy, but let me give you this. When I'm in Kroma, when a fee, ya roads, ne ya median, na ball a gum, the baby and nearby, no near day. Let me tell you what we're gonna do. Are you ready for this? First time, if you're in your first time by my time. By set, planting a kutu as one of the staple plants. Baby a kutu. Yen ton a kutu Ghana. Obia baby on bia wutumiti a kutu widino. Enon kwano etumi enforce strengthen immunity. Emma yare so by 30%. Think about it. Opportunity is baby. Una baby no to be ready. Yet me dear reader, a reader of her. I don't need any infant near
but citizens in the back say, "Oh, Joe, Mojuma from oneself."
Because a human who in Wamacasa, and a human who saw we had in tech, any industry. I can say, "Oh, got to put." It is so baby. I didn't know.
All right.
Allow them. Jebi made them questions. The basic na afufra, but I think so.
That's system. I'm sure.
So they work next time.
No. For this on that,
because I'm a researcher. We could go. Medical is a very passion. I'm very passionate towards health. So, and part of the sika every any we lose $3 to $4 billion every year from corruption. Yemfa pot the ekra memu because a hono yebetwi sika every ho into medical said ye ubia listen yekra de enya yenkra ho ne yeba behwe. We're going to take, okay, so now let me give you the statistic. There are more than 10,000 medical professionals in the Bronx, one year Ghana for Bronx, New York. One more Bronx in New York, Ghana for medical professionals, a bro Ghana medical professionals. 33 million people. That's sick. It's a cow, but that's the case. So, into Ghana, yebeyeno a medical tourism destination. Unko Dubai, unko America, unko England, ubepa Ghana, because the top doctors work America, no, pay Ghana for. But do they get the support? Medical laws a work constitution. They set up clinics, any hospitals, Ghana no. Abrofunu jaya hokoye since independence no yinsisa sa laws no ye. Laws now a guide in terms of regulation and setting up healthcare facilities no. And society since independence.
Wow.
Na yama wama create more clinics. Ni na no so no minua based on demographics. And no near day into science based, you know. Science based nature say ye BBIA no and unsunti na ye babe a national development plan. Because national development plan ye based on demographics. Say in every neighborhood, you know, there are 1,000 1-year-olds, 2,000 2-year-olds, 3,000 3-year-olds, 4,000 into your numbers, no, into your building infrastructure now, with understanding, say it's with these numbers in mind. How many playgrounds are Nipa and Kola 3,000 being here? How many nursing homes are the elderly a year 4,000 being here? Numbers in they build the model towns. And I Jebi mebo. Yes, sir. We have the numbers, and artificial intelligence will tell us exactly what we need. Where in your mistake? Yeah. But me buana. Inti. I didn't know we hear your friend saying Metropolitan District Assembly reps. I don't know here regional ministers. I don't know here parliamentarians. One more, they come and represent the constituents at the parliament level to tell parliament, you know, what the constituents need. You've done it through artificial intelligence and the national development plan. So, and within a year, but take 275 parliamentarians, and a year to swap for 20. Who need for Slovia? Here, the Sika savings, you know, I provide this service and resource to the constituents. That's what we're going to do.
May that say. STEM, thank you.
Yes, Jebi, may that say. I met dropping over to my phone before. I think that they're not person maybe son or maybe son, and not a from some maybe someone there. Yeah, but that's I ever go for.
Yo, that's it. Jebi, good fellows to say. Ma yemku biya na yemform to life imprisonment. Maybe a Mr. Bisa audience they say there na one more person here. One more person who cause financial loss you be kun free ho because who need for so and I say yenya maybe a Mr. Bisa audience na ma say there one more person because he serving because
I
corruption there you know you best say o
and the only way I wait to meet ISN is to implement such a punishment. But me Patricia, for what do you think the punishment should be? Do you think say capital punishment in the year and I say life imprisonment or anything else? Let me know what you think. Akosia, but yeah, try our comment section on to life imprisonment. That means that's a loss to the state. Yeah, we be for this guy. Yes, I discuss no prison. Okay. This is Akosia Battle.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Cranton, good evening. Thank you so much, Jebi, for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cranton Pacho, the current government, they implemented this year of return. I am going to say, Akata for foreigners back to Ghana. What is your plan to try to integrate them into the governmental system? Not just them, but yemu bia ye two kwano. The fans they say you can see a person back ye ready. But because of corruption in yema e wokro ni muninti. Ye should say your life ebe ye danger. And yen to me ent na ho say brena ya bren ye ba se ye be boy man na fe your life akati short. And what is your plan say? Move me implement BBI besides yen and African Americans no. They said me who say corona more benefited, but a benefited from them. Almost to get a knowledge, almost to get a new ideas. And what is the plan? Say you bet me integrate your any yen. I bet na chroma yen your benefits. We need nothing from Ghana. We just want to help. I bet me about system ni mo bet me about boa. I'm a minor course because there were so many people at them there. They asked me the same thing. How can we go? Yeah, but see a call back near boy, but you sure see a choir. Your life that cut short because of corruption. And yes, see a BBF from mine, I say, money, yeah, who said, because I know, say, with that in the constitution, things need to be changed. And you're boy because yeah, ready say a big give up your benefits here because of say a boy Ghana. But if I making sure say banana yeah bano. Yeah, Lucy BBI, yeah, build the waha. But at the same time, you bet me up a minor, you're free soon. Thank you.
Very good question. And you, Akusia, I'm 100% with you. And the sad situation in Amiwu, say, I had to renounce my citizenship to come to Ghana to fight because the system does not allow me to do it any other way. So, and in doing that, I had to lose a lot of all my benefits pretty much because if you drop your American citizenship, you don't get it back. So, I mean, I don't have any regrets, but because you lose everything. And they make sure they punish you for that. Said that you serve as a deterrent to be your person. They make sure they punish you. Make me feel set and yet fair. And also, may create a friend or a diaspora secretariat. We had diaspora or dual citizenship officer of Ghana. You don't have to relinquish anything. And it just does not make any kind of sense if you think about it, because assets, knowledge, what they bought. Let me tell you this, Jebi. Ghana, one of the reasons in Ghana we are in debt, 840 billion cedis, because Ghana does not have a middle class. Our middle class, in the diaspora. Unfortunately, we haven't integrated the diaspora into the affairs of building the nation. Into that whole now, that comedians here, Ghana, they can't fail. It's impossible, and the way it's impossible, they say, the people at the bottom don't make enough to create economic combustion. You need a wave, a tsunami of economic combustion to eat up the debt. You can't do that with the people at the bottom. Unfortunately, the people at the top who could have had a chance to taking care of this economic combustion. One more Patek Philips, ne one more Adama PKs, Longines, any Rolexes, one more ton of Ghana. One could do Mugawa Abruche, inti Abruche, no more Tikana Echo. Ghana for any other benefit, but to the American. Inti,
following.
Let the hawkers here. and Yama diaspora for na ambe fill gap na, we will never be able to take care of your gap. Now you're quitting. We have to allow for the diaspora to come. That said, one more relinquish it, one more benefits. Dear, one more enya wabuchino. And only a bear. And I feel so I never quite bear to take it extra. They said, we will hold their hands in integration. And it's the same. Who are butching up a back to say, in your back, Kusiano, or she goes online and fills a form out, one pager, and says, my first place, said a year common entrance, or first choice, me Ashanti region, second choice, Eastern region, third choice, Northern region. Now, you go through options are open on it, you place amount, now I pick it. So what's now more than 7 years, sir? You don't pay anything on anything. You pay 1% as processing fee, administrative fee for processing when you're my Ghana because would be a wealth of assets, human capital, and the air back. Both people if you have reached a banner. Is your crowd woman to answer? The way potential they employ people. Cash moves and it creates the commerce. So we want to create an opportunity for them to come into the system. Spending. You don't want to beat them on their heads, curse them from coming. When we invite now, can't say be with him. Akosia with him there the number one killer of aspirants. Our Ghana with him there the number one killer.
What is it?
What do you think it is? Take a guess.
The healthcare?
Yes, I know it's not. The number one killer of the aspirants in Ghana is a vehicular accident. Ghana funya accidents more than anything. Because I find in yet. And a woman take the who said Ghana won't drive a Ghana and chair. Won't take Ghana drivers and sit in the way they make decisions. Makaka places P were richly Ghana driver as soon as you know, Massa. Or no, and fun who said, or they can't be shia no, who or minister who now who say would get it out of his way. So, if you want to get careful, criminal feel say, "Akwe objectivity by a jumo be free kweluma wako ube na she free." So, inti eku abriche for power because it doesn't make sense that acquire ye two highways near the one lane. Come on, it doesn't make any sense. As I said, yeah, dualize it at the very basic level. Now, the medium tool said they cast into me cross over. Inti, Samuel Many na and you as I say, yeah. Now, I would say for no baha healthcare and a housing and so on. You got 4 per se, but what would never be because there's so much, and they don't want to go to family houses because of drama. Almost by a housing, you or inti, yeah, be see housing. Sanka Saglame say, you know, and you need 5,000 units now. I mean, does it make sense? Maybe one of the contractors said, and then when we see 3-story or Saglame, we say now, power in the Kusina, a Koyetin Tia, find a barber frosa, from my dream. Hey, Debbie, they build into the backwards, not into the future, into the backwards. Yeah, exactly. Into a diocese, 60-70 story. Anka Brusaba could be a Befani Pabesavia, close to 1,000 families. 1,000 families, no. When we see now, percent be a 9 families, same space. So waste. We're going to build into the future. Said you between accommodate your for no more banner. Now you pay infrastructure and so on. One more so bad. A very easier to integrate. So, Nti saa ne yɛbɛyɛ na me maka kyerɛ obiara sɛ mo to aba na Kofi Francis president. The first 4 years, the biggest exodus of Ghanaians coming home, 2025, 2028. Ghana for Ghana, just say bro Montias here. So Ghana bear the rough.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I could say more.
Yes. No, thank you so much. Let me get off so that other people can come on.
All right. I could say that's it.
Yeah.
Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
There was a summer my management because of platform. Good evening, Brokofi.
Yes, sir.
Ready, I'm coming and coming commotentin be a deba point hammy pants or anything. Ghana, a fat incident because me because of free Europe. So being an incident here, the insurance into ya. This is the biggest problem so I that whole Ghana. Obi adia shia, obi fie crash ya wonya kapre emfrim. So by the memfa koto fie foforo anase memfa ko yade foforo. Obi adwuma say ya wonya insurance bia na sense me ka say jato kumase market. Obi no wonya nothing. Ehwemman bia yetim. Me ye ready for any ja atop marketing so me tru mu chatas. Na say jato wa de ntini kwanze me insurance, me ska foforo di start business. This is the biggest problem so I ever Ghana. Obi we free sensitive in safe law no safely ni po car just we free na buso nya nothing. Europe was when this Europe we ya de na fit into the sense of they want to me nya adwuma kura bi ma abanima insurance now to now did you free ya wo abofra na so ye yarefo a ye ma insurance kopinso benyini na scan de and ye twama e dawo abofra no ma me se scan no abusua de be hwew and I had a free good memo among quanchen expresses car. And if Raffles egun quanchen expresses car, aquata fogun quanchen expresses car. All this is a disgrace to the nation. My Europe, I am so yare for equine expresses car. My Europe, men say, Obia, today. Utin be a connection no one on Tiasia, and to me, person who say, if by God grace, if you come into power, what are you going to do about these things?
Yo, Minia. Time here we see a dime and I will occupy space. That was a public area. No? A basic, your friend, a basic mark. A minimal acceptable requirement. Say, anytime I will be here in public space, we are saying liability. Simple.
Yeah.
Liability, say, yes, the way I ever see a market, so who occupy a store. Monthly dues we cheer for a store. No? Insurance, are provided by the state.
Yeah.
And yet, enterprise insurance, Kurata the NBA, will be back and I said, baby, provided by the state. To say, Anka Social Security, as SNET, SNET, be provided. Nanka says, you can SNET there. Tana says, Anka SNET, you. And so, one criticated businesses after SNET, no woman, one must cycle income as I said, cost SNET, and private institutions, who will move this kind of very simple. Way not the idea. And yes, who said, hey, Ghana, you say, you just need a leadership who will put it to work. That's all. What's a big deal? The kind of maybe. And yet,
But you know, at the back, me them make account say in case you are bofra, na so basic disability, and it's a dear now by your family because that is the important thing. Because you who said him say you are bofra no disability na broninis say man is my jana man ma me say no.
They say you will test for why it to determine a before I ever be world. A bit me a catch you. there are few strains in say area Apolano, they are for in or yeah for instance or what's the preference traits be what yare be ma woman to men pick up to say Apolano in cancer. Aside from that, 99% of yare p no ye pick into no ye twinya outcome of Apolana and San Yawo. Into ye very advice parents say Apolai uba wono not or you say or sad disability into no one better advice so said terminate no not in Wakolano. Yes, sir, or Baba ye or how amount. So we decided say still idea open idea. Then at that point, you know, Akola Bia you don't want a award of the state. Just as much say or Yoba. Part of
that is all I know in Europe. That is all I know in Europe.
Part of the responsibility also will go to, because as I said, states may provide services, no. So, but they say you say vaccination you on my the war manophobia, of course, and Polano say you bring autism, no miss animal, no manity, and say, yeah, Sanyo many Nagana, yeah, I would say, yeah, may you my injections you on my yes, sign in say, yeah, so because we say a very easy for one more minimum FDA injections we saw on autism. But I will one mind say flip side of it more beneficial saying autism means you won't be one color. And I say what color now injections as I say one more one and 12 one ma make one. I have a problem with that. That will be true. Then no one more any argument. Open asset no one of injections now and you want to go into public school system. It's also private school system. So it's your choice. But maybe I have a problem with injections here. They won't allow because it's a said in Yameko Nipano. Who are collar even say who free vaginal cavity no more back out, you know. If you have vaginal cavity, no matter a far when power no who no and no crown a protection to the child. So and only a protection to the child. Intina cesarean and 1 more year cesarean now. Emma aquarano immunity and cosrono. Ye one of through the vaginal a year or more immunity since cesarean. So Sana born. Ye one or two normal you know, but not no more day. Now the war injections here. It was said unya a smallpox nominate chicken pox nominate and no get to build the immunity of Apolano go say when you Arabian injections so obey bypass it building of immunity. So but in the West no and only a friend allopathic Western medicine are bypassing your many because I said, we live in a disposable world. They don't want to even take the child through no more bypass it, and also it will need the immunity back. Maybe I'm yet to sit with medical professionals to have a serious debate on how you can healthcare on side because men pet and collide injections to you. They are only a personal, you're from a professional, but I'm here to have a discussion with medical professionals. Said you're doing the best way to go through side here. It's a conversation you get to
have. But as I say, if by case, without all this medical or that all this injection, or basically, someone can come in the nature yet standing upon the bone. That's all Basabia and on dear Nabanobaya from because the minimum say Europe was a banisa government have the part of the life of the child.
Absolutely, and yeah, without a doubt, Akolani yenya wouldn't quite or your state property or your body and so state property. But facilities in Ghana. Even a matter of say you don't even have the facility. E-greases, you can't see e-greases a place there is a fire and an emergency here and call for panel. And yet through disability, the disability offices steps and our ramps are building for disability. And so public building and our public place Ghana as I said access for disability.
Okay.
Yeah, but any disability access. Yeah, I mean, sorry, now you need it's a whole different.
Because I'll be happy saying I'll be happy saying can I beat my call wrong patron. Now Kasam.
Yeah, okay, last question.
I'll be happy saying Ghana a bit make clear that kind of things now what you said disciples no wearing or multi crime with sisters Ghana say Ghana to me sir
Obia or ya for or ya a Libya no you be free pound near mom we see the taxes here Obia I'm just it's done.
I'll be happy for that so much.
Third day at your back office, no kaya ye is gone. There's no kaya ye in Ghana. If you can't hear about no kaya ye. Doesn't make any kind of sense. Say over man kola 8 years old, 9 years old, I be kaya ye. You need answer. View of it.
Medase. Now I'm asking Swiss Central too. In fact, me. I'm taking more time. Emrafo ne enkokrafo. So because here and so idea means to study kakra me by European say government take into it say mrawa muntimi nyad man kokro muntimi nyad man and apunafo a ebia wonya 8 years na ne kuna wo agya no a uni we muntimi nyad man ntimi koma patron this way
under social service no one of 5 categories children, women, disability, woman may be range, any elderly. There 5 categories. You special places for them. You better woman. We are in a
that's be real.
All right, but that's it. Because remember we saw a question we answer now is concerning a child support. Just right now there are so many women particular because partners working in the informal sector and I said they knew more about crime and at the same time the child labor and I know say government no and not want to enforce because see our work who enforce and say someone will be back if in China government fan. How are we going to go about it?
And the overnight, boss, honey, when you very eradicated. A colebia and to be in Hong Kong, Risika. You bet you are car or fall below the poverty line. And no soon Tina, Minia, Jebi. Yeah, Casse, the ministers 10 penny about because your calculation and who said ministers here war parliamentarians here war over 6,000 executive positions are president appointed and who need for so be boards. Well, no way, Jebi, your board war company A, sign your board war company B, sign your board member your company C. The mama, who did this guy, you bet boards, yeah, you bet any won't mean yet, man, up what's nephew. You hear board. The whole essence of a board is an outmoded way of doing things. So, you bet it says you can't hear Baba pump to Nipa a walk. Na mene madam fubi ka ene na me ka chense tika wo me se wo me tua Kennedy Japan $500 million eno ye tete se wo me tua Kennedy Japan se onko support to a friend say Baumia it is possible na me ka say Jebi, winning how many people? Oh yeah. No, no, can Japan Ankasa Barbe Kase, they offered him $800 million. Or
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
500 million, no, the below into the air said 500 million. Jebi, how many people are in Ashanti region? Winning how many people are in Ashanti region? The whole Ashanti region, 2% or in route 2.5 million.
Okay.
How many people are in Greater Accra region?
Unless you tell me.
Okay. It's between Accra and the Greater Accra region, the whole Greater Accra and the whole Ashanti region, nipa 5 million. Now, the woman can Japan 500 million. It is said, what's now okay? Now, everybody you meet in Greater Accra region, woman $1,000.
Wow.
Everybody you meet in Ashanti region, woman $1,000. So you go out with the articulators, very 100, will be $1,000. Everybody in Greater Accra region, everybody in Ashanti region. That's what 500. Isn't that crazy? Now, Jebi, Mami bi ba me ho se opese or start business. No abe hu me say memoir ni sika. O se op 60 cedis no dey akoye pure water business. 60 cedis. Inti, can you imagine what $1,000 can do? E bet me as abo enkofo ama wo mu getie dey akopay dwuma ye $1,000 so. That's they say
that's almost 16,000 Ghana cedis.
Make right make $10,000 cedis.
So
16,000. Why not think about all the market women in Ghana? Yeah, more be 15,000 cedis. Say fire detria. Emwa woman. Yeah, one person said on farm it is possible. Inti Ghana for money way. Just imagine. That's sick.
All right. Esim Pacho Brem.
Oh, Jebi, me that's so baby. Nana coffee quarantine. So that's a say. They want my acquaintance and say intimate baby so questions. Now, daddy, me pacho me question no me answer, but short. One, but first one no say. Yen na him say water is life. Okay. Now he say no a friend saying galamsey ya kosui. Dear na ubetimi edia fa home. And the tosumieno. Sa and some are working in no and some it's like I am say it may take some time because I'm say one time 4 years. And it better take you time to be able to do all these things. Number two. And I did acquire a hammock and say, presidency no, it's a mobile power say now, Manoya depa. But then when you're in power, it's like everything changed. Wait me actually me the reason why. Number one, ensure no ye galam say. Number two, your friend saying mobile in power. Okay, you me pacho bet me answer me that say.
Okay, inti good. Inti galamsey no minuaba. Nkofo ye galamsey na government na ye galamsey. Inti bibia ni hon ma den ewo mu. Say the leader of the government or your president kasa galamsey no ompne mu bia ankoya. Ubia bejaye. Monkai the key thing I'm catch at the beginning of this conversation is saying how you come into the presidency is what determines and defines your presidency. Sikaya the man or the winning presidency no enunti na sese nipa ye galamsey no om di tuaka. Mo amowo ho amutie mi. Mo na mo ye the decision makers of sa fate of Ghanaians no. Nti se mo pese nsuo no ye reclamate na ye bibia na bibia ye kama. Makofi krante mra. Simple. Meba ye loyal to political party and your political party bia na womako pesika and obi na yakobo bosian ye de ba win election. Ghana for na able to amaye. Into your loyalty, no, it only goes to one person, the Ghanaian citizen. That's your answer. How the person does their campaign should tell you how they're going to run their government. Take note.
Basically, the opportunity said, Nipane, Ebo Bosia Bibria, he will be controlled.
In politics, no, won't make a Bobosia 500 cities. Who born in millions? One pecker the Bedman say Naomi then I said, Jebi, I said, we are artists. Now, Ubi, ya sign on. So, Dre, and I say one of these, yes, I know what. Sika win here, cried the Bedman because they want to control you. Inti who come we na fe who what tia see na fe what talk us na we what to be a mama now per se we back out of the deal. I want me.
Alone, where do you?
Should Knight to tell you, man, it goes with death. Okay.
Yeah.
The second question is that Kofi, you have all these great ideas, but you only have 4 years. Time no won't win yet. Okay, miniaba. And untina Kofi quarantine kase. Ye meme ba ye the National Development Plan. National Development Plan say ye be crafty be to her for the next 50 years. Obien to me son. Near Lokino ewo constitution mu. Until the only people who can change it is the people of Ghana. Parliament cannot change it. The president cannot change it. That's the difference. The MPP and NDC for 32 years now have done everything away from a national development plan and enshrined in the constitution because Ebeloke woman from Sikedie didn't know about politics. Woman politics was woman by several Ghana for wake up and think, for crying out loud. Indeed, that's your once you lay foundation for the next 50 years. If you banner 1 year, Krampuna said BB happen now so free more. Or say wabre kwa plan that ho ya crafted as a will be see dying. What I now will see ye no 1 year plan the ma no. Say Mason ni jaya. You take another Mason, they look at the plan and they follow the plan on the architecture drawing or rendering on the DBC. So sanity. Yeah, rendering for the next 50 years. Architect be obeba, Mason be obeba, no, or person no DSC. 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, that means money. Keep sending.
Necessary. All right,
Daddy, my last question is Venice say he's a more power say now. Some more power say now. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, Daddy, sorry.
I'm a friend, daddy, who friend Kofi, friend daddy. Friend Kofi. Now me who's a guy, now have a friend daddy, a dear line.
Sorry, you.
Okay, indeed. All right. Now, we'll say Obia Bana Norde, a couple of things. Say, Esi Meka say, Mami, a recipe for jollof. Oba Mami recipe said the air jollof. Maybe sa a nipa 10 ewo platform is what Mami recipe for jollof. It's about the same, plus or minus some small changes. Adenti, because there's only one way I air jollof. Indeed, there's only one way to win a presidency. Say, what can and your ma obey? And your ma obey no, and your ma a year forward looking. Indeed, it sounds to the citizen, to the electorate, say, Munano, you sound the same. But I dream behind Jollof Yeno and yet the same. It's in Pacho de America, say. Obia recipe no about the same in the road to the presidency. But I dream behind the presidency, no, and yet na back. Different. Me a politician. Me to say, I'm just a pissed off citizen who wants to change things now. And until I jumped in. Me a career politician. I just have the functionality to know how things work and to make it work. That's my only interest. So, inti me kasa ni bi wo I will sound like a dear maybe a Mahama aka, maybe a Bahumiaka, Never be a Kufuaro kind, never be a Chamantiaka, never be a Chedaka. But it doesn't mean say the mind that propels no air the same. So, number 2, and your ma mema kano, ubia aim to me enka. Go back and pay attention to the details. Details in the saying. Why no waka say oba obe change the constitution? Mepe. Why no waka say oba obe strip presidential exemptions? Say the president, no, ne power would now be said the average common man. Mepe. Why no waka say oba cancel ex gratia ne article 71? Mepe no maka. Why no waka say oba obenya only 10 ministries? Mepe no maka. Now, people have proposed similar, say oba reduce one major, but obi entumi nka say oba reduce to 10. Obi entumi nka say oba cancel regional minister. Obi entumi nka say oba reduce diplomatic missions from 55 to 5. And why? Obi entumi nka. Inti say we look, the devil is in the details. We'll go into the details of the MMA canal. It gives you an incredibly different outlook on the type of person behind Sanyamana Yeka. Nobody is like me. Go and listen to all of them again and come back and let's have this conversation. Say, if they are like me, they're not. Policy snippy, no one may be free baby, no one more can, because they know, say, people like you know, you're not paying attention. Pay attention and you know the difference. Nobody's like me. Why is he? Go and listen to them and come back. We'll meet again here maybe in a couple of weeks and you'll be able to tell me if, even though we sound the same, no, we are the same. Next question.
Oh, Daddy, Mr. Kofi Quantum, me that's baby. Kofi, me that's it. Kofi, me that's baby. Jebi, me that's say, one man, Miss Alquanja, Miss Kuma will be so abba, so be me that's baby.
That's it. All right, Wallace, Patrick Bram.
Yeah, hello.
That's it.
Really kind Jebi, Namisha for patience. The way I would see moderation, and you know, I mean, we're very patient, but Namisha, we are there. Let us be I had the opportunity to ask a few questions some time ago. It's Minche. I disagree with you, and that is fine because we don't have to agree on everything. I disagree with you approach to tackle corruption, you know. Because first of all, when you say Ghana criminal code, you know, is codified. When to me, in fact, will be caught to the gallows for corruption. Unfortunately, media can be because we are type one is very ubia or you're corrupt to be an or to say mass murderer to me. It come in or you're doing, but media types are me a very legalistic. It you know, some runners are mean to me and disagree with them. Run. I know you no disagree. My question is can you quick. First of all, who is Kofi Quantum in short? To convince people like me to vote for you, who is in short, in about 2 minutes, who is Kofi Quantum?
Kofi Quantum, Yawomewo Kolebu, Marcuscu Wankrai, Agri Memorial International, Cape Coast Primary University, Kumasi, Garrison Primary, Mekwadisado College, Matuna London Kakra, Matuna New York, background here, finance, any engineering. Worry for Ankolami and 2 boys and a girl. Me Ghana forward near me P. I am for excellence. Me 2 point we say countries yeah, the passion, the person Ghana youth no handle one more baton a woman to me afa na woman to me dia ye bi ni atumi abeye said the Dubai of Africa. So said yes, say yeah, that between the biggest francophone economy, Ivory Coast, and the biggest anglophone economy, Nigeria, no, yeah, creating market. The whole of Africa for in the region, eba have dibia. Na yensu yema etumi millionaires and billionaires legitimately. Me pese me do that in my lifetime. And that's what gives me the passion, excellence that I strive for.
All right. Well, you once answer my second question to me, Musa. Me third, or me second. Minim said right now we need NPCR who feel do more in various constituencies. Ghana said you know the desire, you know, or NPCR almost okay, good. Then I'm not going to ask that question too because it means if you win, they might also win, so you might form the majority in parliament. See, and none of them is fine. My last one here. What is your workable plan to fix huge unemployment here? You want to bear in mind, say, the kind of unemployment here you want Ghana. No, I tell you, and I'm not a prophet, but say if this is not resolved, I bet you say in less than 6 years, you be an Arab Spring, Ghana. Say if nothing is done, Arab Spring, and I'm not a prophet because when people become so frustrated, they don't care what happens to them, whether they die or live, they don't care. And the kind of frustration in terms of unemployed youth, you know, say young reservoir. You know, what is the workable plan to fix the huge unemployment deficit that you want?
All right.
Yeah,
very simple. Very, very simple. I'm glad say it's not fixed in the next about 6 years, and we're going to something like an explosion. And who said this is why you need coffee quarantine. And let me tell you what the solution is. The solution is that we are going to invest we're going to invest $10 billion a year for the next 10 years into agriculture. Where we're going to get the money? We're going to get the money from the $3 billion go to corruption every year, no? According to the Accountant General. No? Number one, we're going to also cut out almost all of the tax rebates. Yeah, the foreign companies establish it with Ghana every year about $7 billion. And I said before we start here, we're going to expand the taxable net from a 30 percentile to a 99 percentile. Into that income year free your tax your sika your investment, not forgetting amnesty for the last 32 years. Our boy yeah, the 2 months say sika na woma boko no ni amra yeba power sika 3 years over 32 years now approximately $96 billion. You have 50% of that up front which will be that's where we're going to get the money. I just want to get a question of money out of the way. Now let me tell you what we're going to do. So we're going to invest it into agriculture. The output from agriculture, we're going to feed it to our agro-based industries. That will create instantaneous employment. We're going to add value to the output from the agriculture and export. They say, the biggest exports, in gold, oil, and cocoa. We're going to do more in other things, add value and export more, and also reduce the amount of imports ever in. Even though we have seen a trade deficit, it's a deceptive trade deficit. Yet the gold, don't be a man you say because you will trade surplus. You will trade surplus until you're doing well. Your trade surpluses in your running tools. That doesn't speak well of your trade. But the Eba said, yeah, added value near starting your foreign exchange reserves now. Two things are major: pay down the debt and invest the rest of the money into the horizontal integration. Horizontal integration is that we expand industry. And after agriculture, we go into domestic industries. Domestic industries, which is everything we use and consume domestically, like microwaves, rice cookers, air conditioners, building materials, we're going to produce that locally. So, and that's what's going to absorb the unemployment. So, at that second level, what we are going to be focusing on at the second level, first level, purely survival, say we want to reduce the numbers, pay down our debt. Second level, continue to pay down our debt, and then start investing the money into what I spoke to your friend saying, Jebi, about in the beginning. We go into specialized forms of industry. They said we're going to start increasing our competencies so that we are more specialized and we produce things that other nations want. Because at the first level, you produce in foodstuffs, for your consumption to gain food security. But then also will create a lot of employment. And if food is cheap and we have accommodation, most of the money stays in-house. And it allows for more money to be diversified into other things that gives us a better quality of life. That's what I have.
Wallace,
thank you so much. Your friends, my last comment, and say your support, but this journey is not going to be won today or tomorrow. I think, say, it will be a long journey, a long battle, and don't give up. Don't give up.
One thing I also want to say is that we determine the course of the journey. Always remember that. And you'll be able to determine my it is a long and tedious and chaotic scripted future. Just remember that. Because who now you vote, men am you vote. It is a do vote name Makufia. Obi and to me influence them. And NDC and PP and focus say, they have the power. They don't have any power. You have the power. Who are all to abandon one more power? One need power. One more resource. One more sika. But so long as say one decide say one more sika no. So would you put now on to abandon my one any power? Power wouldn't crowd. They say, well, why do you say what they makufia? You can't say they have power. They don't have any power.
Yeah. I understand your point, and he said, they have been brainwashed for the last 32 years. They have been brainwashed, and I mean brainwashed. Many will fear kasa. And I made sure say, look at the rules in the town. Look at the market in the town. President Kufo Nebebu market in 1994. In 2004. So we'll be see marketing, and marketing you see. The Kufo Ado be a honum, ama, and the whole town is dusty. And say when the argument was ending, the last time I cited the book Animal Farm, when the animals were being scared with Mr. Jones. Oh, do you want Mr. Jones back? No. 18 years, I mean, pay Mr. Jones back. Yeah, and yeah, what should happen to me? Let the pigs kill me. Sana, that is how they have been brainwashed. Do you want MPP? No. Do you want NDC? No. If you don't want NDC, then let MPP kill you. The kind of people, and America said the journey will be a very long one, but don't give up. You best support you both physically and spiritually. And I know say it shall be won one day. Manuel see. Jebi, me see for what my people will be why.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you. Pacho, Mr. Cranton, which mama, yeah, Pauline and Pacho, which mama or administrators need their website not to on board, and I think so. On one for person who say, there's a way to join the movement and also contribute and all those things. So
I'm about to see here. Guys, Monfa and to spend on the ato no. CoffeeQuarantin.com. Monfa phone numbers nento so na almost one person mo boy any sika 7 no and on the ato so no donate to me go for me a while do.
no, we're ready.
CoffeeQuarantin.com. Monfa phone numbers nento so.
All right, Pacho. Paulina Pacho Brem.
Okay, me dasi. Mr. Kofi, good evening.
No, Mama, now to say.
Me bo abaso. Media, send me see di wa dance here platform, me platform so no. And can we hear say maybe a question now? So yeah, Ghana said the system ni see ye ntino. Me wa sem kakra bi ebisa because obiya ni ho obetimi atwe me madwene afiri wasem ho because nsem a wo ka no edamakoma so yie eninti no ye ne yafafo ni hia na omo ka omo say omu nim de wo de aye me nam say ensem a waka no aba ewom ene ne emi hunu no broni kroso ne nsem a wo ka no saa nete enti nyame ya adom na wo ba wo betimi aye so na me pacho sani mdika aka se Ghana no yensem no ni ye situation si na sitie ni ti no na mpese me bisa saa asem nti no mfonso wo ma mpacho na wo de ache me me pacho me question ene say oba broni kuro so a se bia obi pe panyiri bi adi ewo manum a na se nipa ne hyeba oba ne boche na ohye no so oba na se niema enkoyi a otimi ko ana otimi resign ena afen so no said ye my Ghana ya diye eni ye nhyehyeye eni said ye suban ebi esitie ni nti minim se eya den a unu omu na bebu oman no nti me pacho wo eni die mo ampacho mpese mbisa say in case uba na se ne wunsusu ye ne wasem eda yakoma so upesa wo ye na ye kuromfu a omo mpesa ombabo ama wo nhyehyeye ana wunsusu ye ebeba mu a me pacho ube reason anasa ube koso a continue say obeye me pacho me question
One of the things I may say me bemupe me beye assessment to see say ye beye inventory ye be chere say enoma ye kan say said ye tie no saa na tie ana say te saa pe ye be koso enti saa pe me within 30 days no me resign.
okay okay
Because I don't know better me say eduma no
we your mind papa
to me here to say the mechano na me pese me din trachru bi enti me resign and ye ma
papa me da se pa me da se mpacho masem nyina no me da se
now Kofi, do you think so far with some of the deals your leaders now, you know, you foresee say there's a possibility so be drew or not those deals may restrict you from being able to implement your policies?
Well, you see, okay, so let me be very honest. Yeah, requesting information be right to Information Act. But Right to Information Act, you know, they haven't been exactly truthful.
Your policies.
You see, okay, so let me be very honest. Indeed, Right to Information Bill, no, they haven't been truthful. Information if you want to request woman from my and for obvious reasons. Intino, yen to me, the right in your maybe a war information. One of the things that can't was no Tema Port deal with Mahama named Vincent Ballori. Say, have you ever talked about Sadiana?
No, we haven't.
Okay, Mahama signed a deal with a French billionaire, a friend of Vincent Ballori.
Okay.
Now, he sold the Temahabo for the next 35 years. He didn't sell it, but he gave it away on lease. So, in Ghana, we don't have the person who controls the Temahabo, a friend of Vincent Balori. We call online Sisiana. You do a Google search on Vincent Balori and Temahabo. It will tell you, say, a special Africa report, Mahama signed a deal with Vincent Balori and gave it away. Who said deal, no? What does the deal entail? But they put right to a Information Act, no. One find information in my you need the into one person the mind. Inti enfan say yeba rescind sa your friends saying contract, no. So, but you need what's contained in it. It's our hope to say the bitch me a trip, and then a bet national vacation. Okay, you own $500 million. See a bitch, now or away, and you ever pay away. But we can't really say because we don't know what's contained in it. It say about access to sad documents. No, maybe I can proposal. And you may be said, you per se, eradicate corruption. Nearby. Corruption every hole. Now it means president maybe this can be I'll resign. Maybe I'll resign. Because I'll tell Ghana for the truth after we do an inventory. Maybe the first couple of months, a solid inventory. Said the true state of Ghana, actually Ghana for said, this is where we are. So, because we are only going to be able to move up or downwards based on knowing in exactitude, mathematical exactitude, where we are. And only first priority.
Okay.
Because from there, you may decide to say, so, yes, inventory, Ghana who say, oh, say it here, and this is this is the true idea of circle interchange. Almost cost 260 million. Say it cost 30 million. 260 million. Into 230 million. They have to cough it up. How do you do?
Okay. But I mean, once we are inventory, that's a baby age now. Now the information it's for Ghanaians are, then they will know baby age and say, I think you should be okay to try and fix the problem. The public would then know, say, are there no where you thought say maybe I know into definitely or plans anyway and yet as you planned.
Yeah, but me can say I'll be very honest with you, Jebi. And you may be nothing will stop me from doing it. Inti meba na me be hu se entisa na ebia okay yaba na ma be hu se Kofi say na presidency no yes na ti o ubedru ho no ye be different kra na say na sika na one you gold na say I know say they couldn't be lying about all the numbers from their mind, but with the infant say ye buy any be hu say and tron wo ma be di ne Niama me ba meka se me ba be ye no. Me bana se mean to me, yeah. Because listen, we want to turn. I don't want to scare people, but we want to turn this thing out in 5 years, man. And niama ye be ye no. It's going to be Ghana is going to be a totally different. Who call me baby? You see, building a totally new Ghana. It's going to be incredibly aggressive. And niama ye be ye no. It's going to be very, very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. And nothing is going to get in our way. So, intimate parami who says, I'll tell Ghanaians I'm not doing it.
Right. That's it. Miss Nancy Bachobram.
Hello, Busia for me, Checha Munia. Checha also. I hope to be able. Mateo, I've been listening to you for some time now, and I think the first time I met you was on Coffee Page's platform, And since then, no, when I hear you speaking, I stay in the background and I listen to what you have to say. And I have to say, slowly you're growing on me, because I said, okay, so bad broche dear. And yes, it will be by yourself, will be the president. Then, what I say, you take time to understand where the person is coming from. So I am not one of the people who were overly excited first time hearing about you, but as time goes on, I'm beginning to like the things that you say, and I'm beginning to see sense in it, because see, time America for go through Great Depression and German for industrialization said someone, because sometimes and you say be a copy be 1-to-1, but blueprints never honor into with me a pick a free hand America for Great Depression, agricultural policies yeah, obetun say German for so we are moody reduce and unemployment through this technical education and all. And to say like there's sense in what you're saying. But I did about how but me ninja one kakaye I did be a me personally with me personal way. The reduction of diplomatic missions, because me close to those sort of. Na so here be more be na se obekọ Berlin na the way Ghana embassy and Ghana High Commissioner almost frustrated the living hell out of you, we can't reduce the diplomatic mission. You must extra, because I said last weekend, your embassy for no meeting because they are doing a tour here. And I be some questions about what they think, like how they can help us, because from more which email or more respond. Almost the AI and the AI no. And yes, that last weekend I was a kind of Mr. Saki, head of visa section. No na me repeat or see AI na ohwe Ghana fu asabi omugu Jebi dodo na education in your high sa na telephone kra na mo fe na AI ye be de ne chatbot si akasa also say ube reduce and just say me to do sort of it's like not but not really not. And a Berlin one not a palm. If you have a 5 hours, I know your frustration. And so we reduce missions here. So I will reduce ministers into 10 now. You move to really, really frustrated. Just I know them. Maybe you have a better way of explaining how it's going to work for us. Okay. And a man here say, I know you're one. My second point was still a broach for us a man America. Because when he pass, get ever Ghana and a Dawson. Minim how well versed you are in how German or EU relations with Ghana. German for policy be main everyone say I said the US for US aid main way international propel international policy GIZ. GIZ for so policy be at your friend SES. SES near senior experts, almost services are render to industries. I say, call retirement. German for enim dear former call retirement. No, enim dear no supported German industries and commerce around the world. Who feels says give it to a BB Sana yes, I be share dear wa brooch, you know. Instead, say a bag Ghana, you do airport and near hassle yen, who imported and near hassle yen, in Ghana government and we no kwa harness yes expertise. And there are in a way, so which me have contributed like a policy like that. How do you think a policy like that can fit into our agenda? That is my first question.
Okay. All right. Well, first question was cutting down on the missions, you know.
Right.
Mami Misao, then I also say a major concern relations with missions. So moko Ghana for no moko missions no moko yeden. Yeah, part of who say one or two problems are mo facing tia mo here say moko commission.
Say commission, no na straightforward no. The ABI you could renew passports. Na said your mom ba ha bedi edru na ya no mom case some the commission more complex than yenye nke straightforward service bi a enwo senka bottleneck bia bem intimate bottleneck na say what I say nke no senka wa fill wo form wire bank transfer which ya usika na German so postage service na wa hanum say a very very effective na wa send no bibia ko ya ship ya but kana embassy one maintain bottleneck because almost say passports no Your printing in your Accra, and send your Sunday aba into no, and to me issue anything for you in the embassy. That is what has been said. I don't know how far that is true.
For the most part, more engagement at the embassies, a visa and passport related.
Most of the partner, no, customer service, I didn't be
Okay, good. Inti, your mamo number, your local number, say German number, I will dial it. +39, yeah, bang. Nasa would dial sa number, no, not will be for one kind. Not on no account with Mukasa, not explain it, and you're much who feel say better, I say.
Far better.
Very good. Inti, the point I'm making is that, and yes, I didn't. What Germany and not any Germany, but service now okay.
That's right.
Into service, no, it doesn't matter where it's coming from, so long as you're getting the service.
Of course, send this. I'm India for airlines, seniors, and more running or more call centers.
Into say your embassy at Germany, you pay $150,000 a month. Now you bet me I'm out the same service at Ghana a year more effective, more efficient. Me for SaaS service, $5,000 a month. $145,000 savings, You bet me Now let me tell you what we're gonna do with the extra $145,000. You pay you $1,000 every week. Yeah, not yet the DHLA more paperwork, more passports, more BBR, more to more doorstep. So if you work with the difference.
That's what I say.
Because let me tell you, the purpose of a mission, an embassy, they will have something called a trade desk. The purpose of a trade desk, is to foster commerce, business relationship with the host country, with home country. It's here with Germany. Say, sample for you, I will say, one more year, GIZ free. One more Ghana for no, one more Ghana for dear through embassy, na ye the better Ghana. But what do you make out as here?
Yeah.
Okay. But that trade desk, if you anyone, can say in all the 55, a year Juma.
On the Ghana side. On the Ghana side, yes.
Yes. What's the purpose of keeping that expensive? Most of them not cost over $100,000 a month just to keep rent. So, more service now, here forms. Money will be bekasa or be catcher will say be a situation as a lawyer. And once you have a lawyer or Germany, Ghana near not Germany, or a situation be a still lawyer. Yeah, someone said your lawyer, you're in the year Germany, Ghana government to Tianaka, or that ye payroll. So, 100 times more cheaper. Say you did a whole big, you have a high day, a missioner. One more woman incompetent, one more mammal service. That
makes sense.
That's why we're going to replace 50 out of 55. You be 50 nebu, near keep 5. That could be Mecca 5 for Corona. No, what to be into strategically, you also have 5. But let me go to your second question. I will say, you created your friend a diaspora secretariat. The whole idea of diaspora secretariat is that a bit fusu diaspora for now mobile Ghana. Munyan Sane, the Marco accomplish wo abuchino. Ye de beba Ghana na ye bet mobet ye said ye SSA ye nyoma. Nyoma makushiano, ebia wo bay, ebia wo a logistics company, wo an IT company, wo a customer service company. SaaS service, wo frey now catch and says SaaS service now wa. Ye bet baby be the wash. Now we call on a government data approved database. Obi here service now. Yeah, approval based on what background and who said who say. You call government database as well. Now Obia Basa database no or free. They don't need to go and do a background check. Yes, I check and I'm a home. Until they just call you and you have business. And our advice never at BBA Wakosia say equity no. Yen we get to benefit because not only are you going to teach us, we also paying you for consultancy and I say because you see, Ghana for yen paying for one more missing say Ghana for Ghana government kase ye ko trainee Miss Nancy near the na ye could trace a Miss Nancy type of person ever Ghana. It's going to cost us maybe $2 million, $3 million to do that. And so say Miss Nancy akonya training ni na no ba Ghana. And then the man baby intina ni man ni kakra with about $50,000. No on fan ni nyansa na de na mra na benefit. Doesn't it make more sense?
It does. It does.
That's
it
exactly
does.
what we're going to do.
It
So
does.
imagine we do that for 500,000 Ghanaians. We will get a thrust. And so that thrust is what's going to pick commerce up and create an economic combustion in Ghana. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you very much. Medase. What clear me doubts, Mama? Thank you. Can I say, Jebi, Messi, no before for sure.
All right, but that's it. Emmanuel.
Mr. Jebi, me watch your ma balance kakra.
No problem.
Okay.
Koya, Pacho.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Kofi, how are you?
I am fabulous. How are you doing?
I'm okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Kofi, I think I wouldn't say I have followed you, but I've heard you in dribs and drabs, so not in totality. And unfortunately, I couldn't join this live in its entirety, so I have missed some of the points that you've raised. I do have some doubts though, and you probably have seen me type in frantically in the comment section.
No problem.
Yeah, I have some doubts. And I'm hoping that you would shed some light on those doubts that I have and give me something to believe. So I've chosen to speak English because I think someone popped in the comments that they would like people to speak in English because not everybody has a great command of the true language. So I will speak in English. And also because I'm more fluent in it. So I'm just being a bit biased. So Kofi, my first point is I was going to ask you who you were, and Wallace did the same. However, you gave a very Harvard employment sort of answer at an employment interview, in my opinion. And it almost seemed like you were taking a checklist of things that you thought were important. Yeah,
Hold on one second. I think somebody is okay.
I've muted him.
Okay. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No problem. So I thought your answer was very Harvard interview sort of answer at an employment interview. And you almost seemed like you were checking off a checklist of things. For me, my biggest disappointment, and you may have already answered this, was that you didn't mention your wife's name. For me, you are inviting us into your world because literally we're putting our lives in your hands. So I was expecting an answer that gave us a bit of a light into your family life because we as Ghanaians like to think that we're very family oriented, and I didn't get that feeling from you. I also didn't get a sense of any challenges that you may have had in the past and how they've shaped you to be a viable leader for the current situation that we're in. So those are my feedback on the who you are question. But someone advised me to go on Wikipedia. My problem with Wikipedia is that everyone can go on there and update information on there. So it's normally not something that I trust in its entirety, but it's stated on there that you've worked for Primerica, if I believe that's correct, at a very high leadership position, and also at Morgan, JP Morgan and Chase. Could you maybe state some solutions that you proposed and implemented, and what the success rate was, and where we can verify those information.
All right. So I don't know where you want me to start from.
Okay.
To be specific, I can. But I've worked in private equity. I started as a junior broker on Wall Street. I worked my way all the way to senior broker. I worked for, at the latter part, I worked for JP Chase as a business development specialist, private banking. And then I set up my own business as a financial consultant, Dividends Inc., on 27th Street in New York. And I did that till I got into real estate. I did some real estate work as CEO, High Life Management, and then came to Ghana and took off for politics. So in terms of assets under management, personally done over maybe 150 million. And that's the assets that I manage. I manage that through different brokers. My wife's name is Madwa.
Okay.
That's the
Hello
first.
to Madwa.
This is the first time I'm being asked that question, so it's kind of
Okay.
my wife's name. Mami Adwa Granting is my wife's name.
Okay.
We have 2 boys and a girl. I don't know how detailed you want me to get.
No, that's I think that we do. I was just hoping that you would weave a story, because like where I am, if I'm getting to meet somebody and to know them, we're literally putting our trust in your hands. So I want to know who you are, the people around you, and how they contribute to your life, how they've shaped you as a person. But thank you.
It's her birthday today, so
Is it? So
yeah,
happy
it's her
birthday to
today.
Madwa. And we wish her long life, and hopefully someday she will be our first lady. So Kofi, my next question is that there are a plethora of questions being asked, and I believe you know, you can't be a subject matter expert on everything. Well, that's my belief. I could be wrong. But in the event I'm not wrong, do you have any subject matter experts you're working with that you hope to bring on board of your governance to help with some of the issues that face Ghanaians? And then the second question on that one was, you mentioned briefly when I joined about the Sagloni housing project and how the land had been wasted, and if high-rise buildings were incorporated into the design, then they could solve a lot of issues with housing by housing many families in it. But I think we live in a society where many people are not used to living in high-rise facilities, so they don't know the health and safety issues that come with it. Some of our practices, our cooking practices, they pose as a threat. In the event that these ideas come implemented, is there a plan on educating the masses? And after education, how do you plan to facilitate a fire department that would be able to rise, no pun intended, to such an occasion should there be a fire outbreak?
All right, so very simple. So first question is, well, we asked questions with myself. I can't get over that one. But what I bring to bear is leadership.
Okay.
I have worked at Train the Trainer. When you say Train the Trainer, I was being trained to train leaders with the John Maxwell Leadership Academy. I don't know if you're familiar with John Maxwell, but John Maxwell is known as the godfather of leadership. He knows leadership very well. I think he's the best person who understands leadership more than anybody else in the world.
Okay.
Say it again? I didn't hear you.
I've written it down. I'll look him up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, John Maxwell is a big deal when you talk about leadership. So I did his leadership academy with Anthony Robbins, Tony Robbins, they call him now, and I also studied under Joe Plumeri. He used to be CEO of Travelers, and Sandy Wow. Sandy Wow used to be the CEO of Citigroup, Wizard of Wall Street. I worked directly with them. And I studied systems with a gentleman by the name of Keith Cunningham. Keith Cunningham is also incredibly versed with systems, him and a gentleman by the name of Steve Barger. These are all like corporate America guys who are very, very knowledgeable about business systems and how you massage people to get results. So you can look these people up and we'll tell you the kind of people that I've worked with. That makes me know without a doubt that we can bring that expertise to leadership or running Ghana to get the results that we desire. So that's as far as that is concerned. Now you talked about Saglame, and we don't have a fire department. When you build a community like a Saglame, we are going to have a fire department, but you have to understand the modern architecture and development of housing projects that we are proposing. That means it comes with everything. When you have close to a million plus people live in a community, you can't expect to have an external fire department. Everything is built with the firewalls to have fire sprinkler systems. So you cannot say that our people are not used to high rises. So our people were not used to iPhones and cell phones 20 years ago, and now they've all gotten used to it because somebody introduced it and taught it. So you have to teach it. And once people know that there is a inherent benefit for them, they will use it and they will see the benefit.
I think that was part of the question I did ask, but since you're not used to it, is there a plan to educate?
Yes, everything that we do comes with, it's not, see, and that's another thing that I talk about. The way we've been used to how things have been done in Ghana is they do things in isolation. Our approach to doing everything in Ghana will be synergistic, full circle. So we're not just going to plant things in isolation. It's the orchestra, concerts, things that we build. So everything comes full-fledged. If we build in markets, we put in sprinkler systems, we put in fire wardens, we put in stations, emergency stations where if there's a fire, people, we do emergency routines where we showing people where to assemble if there's a fire. We have to teach people all of that to make it complete. So we're not just going to build something and leave it. We're going to build things and teach people how to use it for their benefit. So if we're building a 70-story building, we're going to have fire stations, we're going to have hoses in them, we're going to have sprinklers in them, we're going to have alarms, we're going to have everything. So we're not just going to put the building there. No, we're not. And then with these communities, it's going to come with their own police stations, fire departments. It's going to come with their own maybe post office, a full-fledged city. So that's what it's a community of about 1 million people. So it would have markets, supermarkets, retail shopping malls. It would have everything. It would have it outside. That's the model that we're building for the new city and new development. So just so you know.
All right. Maybe I'll end here, but I'll still
All right,
I'll need some.
all right, Zara.
Okay, Kofi, good evening.
Good evening.
Media is my first time I meet you. Even though I say a lot because me joining and then say you are almost done with your submission. But I don't know, say there maybe say what tackle that say that's what tackle that me that for there.
But don't say my tackle day, man, till your time.
There may be saying say what tackle in your submission. Is because me whole perspective as to how you resolve it. Okay. So one will say Ghana, I NBC MPP at check because of one nepotism issues are influence partisan politics. What measures have you got in place towards resolving this? And I am the first question. How are you going to, the second one, how are you going to ensure, say, when it comes to the government recruitment, a bit centralized, centralized system, just so it will not be about going through somebody to get to whatever position that you want to be when it comes to serving the people. Then the last question is about the education. Now, who said, pair upbringing, no? And it said, yeah, my culturally, no? Majority of us growing up, no, are traumatized, which is having an impact. My culturally, no? Majority of us growing, which affects you when it comes to our cognitive behavior. Into your issues, but you believe in therapy. How are you going to liaise with maybe the health sector, no, to ensure, say, tackle? Because I think, say, health is wealth. Into cognitively, say, in Korea, say we are doomed as a country. Then the last question is about neurodivergence. Me want a few colleagues and I know school movie back in the diaspora, no. Back in Ghana, not your class or as or more born because they have a few issues like dyslexia, dyscalculia, or my name's one with the autism and all those lots. Ubetimi shed the lights kakra on how Ubetimi put some action plan in place to ensure that these areas are tackled. A summary of my question. One, tackling partisan politics. Two, nepotism when it comes to government recruitment, we say. And three, you can say your cognitive behaviors are traumatized, yet they don't even know that they are. And they have a lot of impact on even your family setting. No? Where suicide, then the last one, and only yes, neurodivergence, no, because me when I see it, me tackle it no, a beboa in the sense and cranny baby or more the potential, no, but because of autism, ne way now me so this calculia dyslexia and no, they are unable to put across or more talents, you know, towards the benefit of society. And I said, being productive in virtual.
All right.
Have you got any plan in place with regards to these 4 areas?
All right, so I do. I mean, I'm excited about this because I haven't done this question before. I'm excited. Say, I feel that me feel say, oh, say, for people they almost bizarre questions. I'm glad. It's funny. I'm saying the last time I was in New York, I forgot. I went into a situation with neurodivergence in terms of a I wish I could remember the story, but okay. In your society, classifications are not made; they bunch all people together. In a neurodivergent world, you have to separate people so that people can develop at their speed, at their rate, in environments that's consistent to what they know to be right. The conflict comes in that you take a neurodivergent child and you put them into a regular school. They get bombarded because people don't see what the challenges they go through, and it creates trauma and conflict for them. And it's not fair to them because it stunts their development, and it doesn't allow them to be who they want to be and how they can become in the world. You want to allow them to function and develop in societies that are built consistent to their likes, so that they can function with people who understand them, so they can flourish. Because if you allow them to flourish, you'll be surprised what some of them can do. So, we have to have institutions in society, and it goes to the same thing with MRP, even when MRP even men my cousins, it was later after they died, and I'm able to say part of in their latter part of their life, they went through depression, but society did not pick it up. Oh, why you cool? Oh, you said as I said, you're building a more sensitive society, a pick it on your way. At a very early age. If you want to now, if you into or school, as I say, you train teachers, no, but I'm from post into my wife. Exactly. More from post into my we are fine for into me. A baby, a woman, a bit, a unity. Come sorry for phone to me. Good fellows for phone to me. Very good. Training teachers who obi show science be as I say a flag and say in the West, pet school system, because they are quick to say your bed designate you be as different, and also sometimes one year it affects the child. We have to be very delicate and sensitive to set your bed categorizing for 4 into classes. The woman training and how many times I did a study on juvenile nutrition. Juvenile nutrition is very important because, and also one of the reasons in sometimes they fall out. As I said, right from the beginning, as I said, you want the right balanced nutrition. So now you pay attention to when you have a family that they make good incomes, and pay women have access to services here. Upbringing. Pacho, meti noise power. If you be to mummy to mommy, why? Meti noise. Pacho, mummy to mommy, will be a mutu.
Really? And ten on this side.
So, okay, now it's done. It's clean now. Good. Let's keep it like this. Inti, that's the second part in terms of picking up on your friend saying, you may you pick it up. And now, I did about one you tell when you say, you taking it to the set. Who school I be a becker say, Akolano, Onima dear, Ebia only interest academically, but or for a teacher to pick that up on a child. Now I select a child and say, Uncle who a specialist be a be route a child to a process be a be developing the strength. Now obey an asset to Onoano Honi society. Since say a back class and say because on your academically in line, you know, wabon and I say on your what we expect or fall short. So say you been trained teachers and so you be training womu ye, you be ye, womu bet to me because most of Nkolano are going to be more exposed to their teachers than they will be to their parents. Parents, you know, if you are normal, they can't pick these things up. And the teachers, you know, they almost first point to picking your way up. No. In terms of recruiting, no, be a friend of protocol, no way now. It comes from lack. Say, we MPP, we NDC, now we go school. Now we qualify. Now there are enough, your friends saying, vacancies for a job, and now for position, and now for BB I will pay. Now criteria for getting in, no, a specific. It's outlined. Now, yes, I said we qualify. Now, the mawa. You don't need protocol. So, into nepotism via tribal
Is there going to be a digital platform as a system? Like, have you got any softwares in place? Or think like or intention say you see, just so when it's about job opportunities, it's laid bare to people. They can just go on a particular website, like where I am in the UK now. Civil service jobs, for instance, your platform, your so you go there, you apply the job through the site, you know, you put in whatever that you've got based on the job criteria, your achievement, whatever transferable skills whatsoever. So anonymous recruitment and unlike Ghana where obi ba ne wofa and a share near piano. I would say customer service in Ghana when it comes to the government sector near poor because of nepotism. Because a sheni trim say, especially Ghana Commercial Bank, KME, ministries, so areas, no. So they are there because obi ne pia or more ashawo. But to say, I have say, if you're a civil servant, unim say you were there by merit. So what I said through job interviews, and then your code of conduct, and it was adhere to one, yeah, regardless of whoever you are, no, you will be shown the door. Until the mommy bisa say, or the bisa in place, because not only will that tackle unemployment, but rather, no, people will be held accountable. People will deliver because they know, say, they are there on merit, and for that reason, if they fail to deliver, they will be shown the door, and it will not be me wafa yewe, me nana yewe, me swa yewe. Have you made any provisions for that?
But your BBIA, I'm saying, and then our first time out here, your BBIA is science-based, data-driven. So we are propelled by technologies. even most countries in the West, no cry in use at full throttle, said yeah, baby use. Yeah, taking it to a whole different level of competitiveness. We have success models in here. Success models, you have to meet requirements, and that's how the grading system, that's how the acceptance, is based on merit. That's how we're going to do everything. It goes through public service sector to private sector, because we need the private sector to be able to merge with the public sector at some point to run on the same platform. It's going across. The BI is going to be systems based. It's personality driven a society. It's out of the door. It's done.
Okay, that's it. Let's say a few of the systems maybe like what way or the just so I'll go and have a look.
All right. Well, systems here, Bobby used to know to say the everything is bespoke. I build systems into Yakasa systems, a behavioral performance mechanism you input with a three-prong, an objective, mechanical part of the system, and accountability part of the system. So, and that's how we're gonna build these systems together. We're gonna build a system, and then from the system, then we build a structure, and from the structure, we build the success model. That's how the basic infrastructure is going to be. So they're making.
That's it. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Comments are about your Brem. I say, short. We've been on here for a while now.
Young Papa, Yamin Shroud, Mr. Granting, Native Kind, Medasi say what team, Matthew be brave. Maybe some questions, Kakrabi. Let me say, why there now what the panel? Nampacho, I did be ambassador Bissawini before I ever start to make questions. Pacho, Yama me Ekasa says, or Bisa question be about systems, what I say, I did say you are going to use a statistics nowadays. Develop near you business so a 2 and more Amagana.
Okay, so statistics, what do you mean?
Now, I mean, it's a Obisa system, but when to me, I'm more specific. Okay, so overshare the behavior. And
Missy, system, you should have a three-prong objective, mechanical part of the system, and an accountability part.
Okay, in Timpacho, accountability part in the bed.
Accountability part, they say, the BR, a better work model. Model, no, we have the BR, as I said, what check, or I say, what meets criteria, no? Criteria, no, be making sure, say, a turnkey, into, say, yeah, what can say, we are Juma or DVLA system, I want to say, Woba, counter, what for BBC triage, and it just say, what problem out there about DVLA or what license into Woba system, which just say, at 15 seconds interaction with the person who counter, and they say, which we diagnose the problem, now send it to window boy him counter into the next person or say, okay, good morning, okay, how can I help you? Pacho, my basse may DV may driver's license. Okay, who driver's license is that? I feel now driver's license. Oh, wait, your first time, okay, for window 3. Who crowd IDs, who call crowd Ghana card, who crowd for window 3. In 15 seconds, so to me more for window 3. On to me picking phone and yet WhatsApp call. And friend Adam for me can say, I'm not obey concept on to me getting to any conversation. And so making sure I say we'll be journey window why 50 seconds, on mark window 2 and now window 3. One yes, I pay flagging.
Me patcho yo. Inti na che say we no ebeboa ma productivity aye adwuma a ewo module no mu meboa. Inti we ye system a na woreka se nyame ya adom na yetimi ma kwan ba wodi we nyina betimi di agu kwan mu na aboa se sadia na mebisa sei ne wa ye NDC na MPP se na wa wokan na mitie wo kasemu no oka port no ho asem kakra French billionaire Mahama ne no deal pacho deal no Mahama nko na say it per your acumen etimi call ma omutimi approve yana
Until I say it be called my hand to me approve.
etimi call parliament ma omo approve yana say Mahama no de ne pe
We call parliament, but on no initiative deal. Under his watch, until you know as a leader, I don't know irresponsible.
But a call parliament.
Naturally.
Me pacho you. Okay. Nenti an America sano. Sana wakan one sha ubi jiran chenga. Obeka say, hey. Then they say omoton near me edisa intino. But say then the word that you use no is very important. Naturally, a circle. Me pacho wo say NDC ni MPP pen na you say a party bia ekoso na minimum so say wakasa bebre based on omoniema omoya emfa kwan mu waka niema bebre afa ho ene den na se opanyini wode wani to form a ubetimi aka se NDC MPP by ebionga ya ubetimi agina so atoa so ena na NDC nso ya ubetimi agina atoa so mpacho mpese mbisa bibi ho.
All right. Well, Niama Mekano, Memekano things say NDC and MPP, they've completely failed Ghana for. I think in Americans are. They are going to be isolated Niame Bia Wangaye. And it's up to them to say Wangaye. But from where I stand, Niama Tena indicators for development of the nation. Won't mean you Niama Tena. Housing, healthcare, employment, education, telecommunication, transportation, security, recreation, markets. Housing, healthcare, employment, education, telecommunication, transportation, security, recreation, markets, and a functional CBD. Sanya Maten ya important indicators, building blocks to building a nation. Won't mean ye be successfully in 32 years. Matter of fact, in 67 years, government to be a Madana went to me build SADB. Inti anonymous indicator because won't me build this and you're not going anywhere. Inti one fail. And when me make a pass and fail, me share near corona bar where you say, I'm not and who here because no American say it doesn't do anything for the score. What you say? Inti echo board no swap. Emma you say Ghana, you need to step number 1. You had to step number 2. You had to step number 3. So I don't know NDC and MPP for in 32 years won't mean ye BI. Plain and simple.
Me pacho, mate. Inti se merefa housing na den na wo hwa ye betima your housing mu. Se ye yi wo nyina fi ho a. Em se ye papa kan say ema ye nchenti no me no snappy. Me fa housing na ma fa security any telecommunication. Just now pacho wait me I elaborate on it for us.
Okay, Bibi to say housing. Send where was Saglame, Oma NDC for $200 million. The 155,000 units. We see 1,500 units with 200 units. MPP for buying now. Also, we hear another 112 million. So, that's a failure. For the space, I would see 340 acres today, and would see Saglame. They could have built a housing complex. It will contain. Shanghai, a city, the size slightly bigger than Greater Accra region. It's 27 million people in what is Shanghai, because there are over 10,000 buildings, over 30-story building over Shanghai. So when I'm Shanghai, yeah, I don't need to be a CBC Saglame. And I wish to be visa or Saglame. As I say, we see. Baby, you need to call the Quacoya Jumana. As I say, with me, a transit. And my friend is a mass transit. Want to me, see, baby, to say Saglame, isolated. Now, we expect to say, Nipa Befa Trotro Akonkam, a failure of leadership. One minute, and we until the Bessini said, Wusia, it's either said, baby, Nipa Teno, the same way was Singapore. 15 minutes from baby, I want to know when Juma one school, one hospital, won't be there. 15 minutes. Or subway system, mass transit, it reach every part of thinking.
Okay, intim pacho na housing no, sana okay. So almost seen was Saglama. Me pacho enye say bia a beginning because me say Abrochra okay na your way na yetimi fa train if you bronze so come Manhattan. A bit may take you 1 hour, by take you 45 minutes. But you need say infrastructure no Ghana, but you were buses. Into you know something you bit me a horn on it near the Akobabiana.
But just a which may a subway system, I don't know a bus. Because they're efficient and they are costly. Now make an OTS. So we
you.
And yet 30 minutes ride. Ufa bus from Saglame Bankana. It will take you over 2 hours. I've done the trip. I've gone to Saglame. Traffic, one lane, it takes you more than 2 hours to get to the city of Accra. Until other hour building a housing to say Saglame. When you're underground tunnel, now and shuttle and go in 10 minutes. Now a bullet train FE Saglame Accra. Why don't you do that? You be a assassin, I say. I didn't shop.
Matwase.
Matwase.
Mpacho, me da sinya minchira pa mini aberma.
Hello.
Beto aso akasa.
Hello.
Hello. Please come in.
Hello.
Good, Mbacho.
Mr. Cranton, Michao. Yani ya kasano. Me an me pen near in time Nyan Kanenka was that ye do my so to say by a casano linguistics no yana brofono senior grofo be better than home say teach your brofo no Ghana for so the inema a bufu. So it's no yana ubet me suya the anase minim say ubetana brochire ham say yani twin uka yana edin kakra. It's ne aka twi ne more and I be okay ni ne ga feel if to me so just yeah politics kakra minimum so we no kwafo but won some ne ehun Frenchem do no o twetwe ye nuanom no abeka ho nkrafo ya they feel left out.
Oh, Davida. Ufane. No one panya five ake never support.
Yeah, I know their film. Catch me if you know. Okay, you know, okay, like I'm a keba. Yeah. And the support the kaka. I don't even know how you are able to stay on for so long. Must be very tiring, but
it's okay.
money
No problem.
money are there. Why are there?
Thank you, Charlie.
Okay.
Mr. Good, why are there? I like your contribution. Michelle. Life coach, Patrick. Life coach, Patrick. Hansen.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all of you here, and thank you for using your platform to help our country. And Mr. Kofi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm very impressed about your vision and your implementations. But I have one thing to add to it. Do you know?
Let me just hold on 1 second. Now, people, this is how I get in trouble. Now, the guy is speaking English. Now, Jebi, nipa na obi sabe question in English. Also men can cry. So, what I am, what you know.
He said he tell so don't be no come language of canon. No, they.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right, that is not a problem. I can pull it in English, and at the same time, I can speak the Akan language. So you choose to let me any of the language I can speak.
Your choice.
All right, thank you.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
All right, it's fine, Uncle. It's fine, Uncle. I'm asking you, Uncle, do you know the problem of Ghana? If you don't know the real problem of any society, you can never be successful to develop it. Uncle, do you know the problem of Ghana?
I do.
What is the problem of Ghana, please?
Leadership.
If you say leadership, you are not being specific. Okay, it's leadership. So what are they failing? What makes them fail?
Well, leadership is the key problem, is the root cause. See, the purpose and when you have a leadership comes in and assembles a team called a mastermind. The mastermind now is who diagnoses all the symptomatic problems. It's called an adaptive psychological sociological problem.
Good.
It's a response, and that's the symptom. So you, the leadership, the mastermind, is who finds what all these symptoms are, and then we create what we call specialists. So if it's unemployment, we have a specialist. If it's income building, we have specialists. If it's agriculture, we have specialists. If we, you see, and we create a specialist, and the specialist is what is called the mastermind. And they have to report to the presidency and tell the president that, hey, you were wrong in doing this. This is what you need to do. So the specialists are who are going to advise the president that we need to change policy on this, and then the problem is fixed. If the president does not get the right people in place to diagnose the problem, to give the president exactly what is wrong and how to fix it, the president has to fire them. So the president cannot come back with any excuse that, hey, I'm the president, I employed a minister for agriculture and they did not tell me. No, it's the president's responsibility.
Uncle, it's all right. From your answers to my question, I will give you 6 over 10. Let me tell you why. You said it's the leadership. Good. That's why I'm giving you 6. So why do you think?
Hansen, hold on. This is what I want you to do.
Okay.
I want you to give me an answer that will be 10 over 10.
Yes, I'm coming to that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, the answer is that there should be self-discipline among the leaders.
That's not what it is.
Yes, it is. In order for, if a leader is self-disciplined, he will enforce the law without being selfish or greedy.
Okay, so you are right.
But isn't that a leadership problem?
That's why I gave him 6 over 10. Because if you say it's the leaders, why preventing the leaders from being successful? You have to
Thank
you.
you.
That's why I gave you 6. You understand my point? Listen,
Okay, so
if
I understand. Okay, go ahead.
Continue. Let me continue.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If the animals are in the bush, the lion can eat any animal they want. But when it comes to zoo, they cannot do that. Why? Because there is law enforcement. There is demarcation of places. You understand what I'm saying? So, to solve a Ghanaian problem, all the leaders are failing because they lack discipline in them. Therefore, they cannot discipline the ordinary citizenship. Hence, nothing will work properly. Any policy you bring will never work, because if I'm the minister and I know that you give me money to put up this project, and if I use the money personally, no law will arrest me. I will not be prosecuted. I will do it because we are human beings.
All right. So
you understand my point? So let me finish. And again, do you think that if the government is not selfish enough to reduce the salaries of our high-rank politicians and increase that of a teacher and a police officer and a farmer, that reduce the risk of insecurity in the community? Because when somebody is overpaid and another person is underpaid, it creates hatred. Therefore, you have to get security to protect the ministers. This increase the cost on security. So that is why I said they lack self-discipline and common sense. I'm telling you, uncle, a 16-year boy can change Ghana if he has common sense and our self-discipline. Because, look, Burkina Faso did not evacuate all its citizens. They only changed the president and the country is moving well. And it's not that because they changed the president, because they get a person who is self-disciplined and use his common sense.
Okay.
So change of government will never be a solution to my country.
All right.
Any policy, let me finish. Any policy will never be a solution to my country. But if a leader will be so self-disciplined enough and use his common sense to discipline the other followers, the country is going to be like a heaven. I have been in Dubai before, and right now I'm in the United States. If the leaders here are not self-disciplined themselves, the country will be worse than any country in Africa. Guns are legalized in most of the states here, but the country is still safe. But do you think if we legalize guns today in Ghana, it's going to solve any problem? It's going to be worse because there's hatred. Some people are being fed, others are not fed. Okay? So Ghana problem, if any president can change Ghana, he must use his common sense and he must be self-disciplined himself. 68 years, I have never seen any public officer resigning from office. Willingly resigning from office. This shows their selfishness, their greediness, and their self-centered. Hence, they cannot get the love for the other citizens. And this is the major problem. You can never prosper in such a society. Thank you.
Hans, where you live, where does the pressure come from for a leader to resign?
Very good. Very good.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Okay, the pressure should come from the ordinary citizens. And I will tell you why this pressure is not, the Ghanaians, ordinary citizens are not able to pressure the leaders. The leaders are too greedy enough. If any ordinary citizen stand up to protest, because the leaders are greedy, they don't have common sense, they don't have self-discipline, and they don't have love for the people, they are going to use military critically against them, knowing very well that they are protected from their rights, and they are right. So it is lack of love by our leaders to us, because these leaders are not self-disciplined. That is my point.
So after the military is employed, then why do they still get voted in power the next election?
Very good. They have something we call democracy in our community. Democracy is never good for my country.
All right, let's leave it on that note.
Life coach, I just want to just say this. You're absolutely right in everything you said.
Thank you.
What I want to just say, maybe because we crossed chat, so you didn't understand me, that before anybody is picked to be a mastermind, they have to first exhibit discipline to the highest level before they come into that circle. So that would already be an attribute that they will have before they become part of the mastermind. It's a criteria that you need to exhibit. You understand what I'm saying? So before we pick you to be a mastermind, you would have already gone through a distillation process that makes sure that that is one of the attributes you need to have. So that cannot be an excuse once you get in. If you don't perform, then you're X'd out. All right, but I totally understand you, and you're 100% right. So thank you.
Thank you very much. If you understand me, I don't have any problem. That is what I want my leaders to understand. I am 28 years, and if I have this in me, what show that a 60 years, 70 years doesn't have it in him? Because they are greedy, they don't want to say the truth.
Where are you from in Ghana?
I'm from the northern region. I'm a Concomba by tribe.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Saboba in the northern region.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your submission.
Thank you so much.
I think let's go to Monique, then Charisma. Imam is from your camp, or is he an ordinary?
Yes, Imam is a chair lady.
Okay, so Imam, I would love for you to come last. So after, or would you like to give your submission and?
No, you could bring Monique on. Bring Monique on.
Okay, no problem.
Or would you like to? All right, thank you.
No problem.
Monique.
I'll wait. No problem.
All right, I appreciate you.
She's feeling a little sleepy. She's feeling a little sleepy, but let her wait.
I can, yeah.
Oh, hey, that's it. Maybe I make a treat. Kofi, thank you for gracing us with your presence this evening. I think I have 3 questions that I want to ask. Basically, no. First question, social housing. I think, sir, me, I'm at Diaspora, and me said, yeah, social housing, the positive sides are abua for and me afford a. And my question is, do you have any vision for social housing and affordable housing? And going further, affordable mortgages and stuff like that. Do you have something like that in mind? My second question, Ghana, Yokrobia, there were lots of mineral resources, but we don't benefit from the financial gains from these mineral resources. I think so one of the issues me find it out and say Ghana any refinery. And a lot of the mineral resources are being mined by private companies and foreign companies. And also my question is, do you have any plans to secure back our mineral resources? No, and possibly thinking about a refinery, a bema, a chromano enuma. And I think so financial gains, no. A krobi to say obuase. Any takwa, any sound krona gold near dear bauxites, manganese near dear wasono. Is there any plan in place financial gains could come back to those towns to upgrade those towns, some roads near Diana? And my last question, ex gratia. Me pese me hu se minim se wo ka say wo be pese nkom be sesa constitution no. Ba me pese me hu se sa ex gratia de na wo ho na 4 years bia wo mo ba no mo be sesa sika ne san de ko no. Wo plan B in place for the constitution na ebetimi asesa no. Ama sa ex gratia na wo mo de aye yi no. Ye be sorting it out once and for all and made us.
Okay, thank you very much. Nti ex gratia in Article 71, oko ye platform so ye chose you bitchem. Nti no questions asked there, you bitchem. You don't need a constitutional change to change that. President bitchem actually and then one witchem. Financial gains to places set or was the PCN said every region via Tuminia benefits from region, you know. Obi wo ha aduane, obi wo ha mineral resource, obi wo ha ma a capital infusion from citizens of inhabitants of the region near them. Yeah, PCA and say yeah, decentralize incomes from all the regions. Now, because of said yeah, Babe running regional executives, no. See, every region will run say a Fortune 500 company with a regional executive. At the beginning of every financial year, no more financials. Now my budget say you hear $10 million near the projects. Now, big ticket items say roads, hospitals, schools, universities, tunnels and bridges, now will be handled by central government. So small ticket items are yet to say maintenance and preservation. No, any local nyame be yenua flowers will come on this idea between the local contractors and a big go to the budget of the region. Inti enono region no nebe disperse income, but we more budget. Namoka say this year you be here 10 million based on access here. Dear mamu. Any help here, dear mamu say more generate more income. No, ebia mubenya if say 2024 mubenya 20 million. Munya 20 million now. 10 million be call into an escrow account for the state for Ghana. Now more 10 million now musimu here no. So long as say a year approved. No, ye disikana mamu say mufanye the mpesa model. Not 10 million ye de ato. E obo say much gold, even though you're into gold. It's another topic, but the way your example the actual idea. And the entire say there are regions be honoma one year as resourced as other regions. That but a Ghana for neteho. Into you to make us say benefits and I say resource wealth generation if we Ashanti region eba no boase eba na boase phone kwa na enjoy Ghana food na be enjoy inti because aduane so e free ebia western of eba no boase for any potential to make say aduane no and so the distribution network no ebema boase for so any aduane ni bi inti ye be mix match obia resources said obia benya ne so ne die na ono so the budget or the every year be justified, na be approved by the state. Near this kind of amount. Ubi on mo cry in the budget or the ban unisi call the bay. Until we will take from the pool a year escrow account, state escrow. Near the amount say it means it makes sense to say a normal way our castle OP will be into a mouse can. Even though when to me and Jebi says can the mouse says can because a boy ma omine emano sunya ahoto anyway it is any be so like to say you keep it balance ewo ubebia what the budget to bounce when you feel say you too excessive you better cut it down say you're not going to approve this, go back and rework it and bring it back in for approval. So because there were reason to believe say you don't need to animal it is any be no it's any number 2 any your friends. Number 3, what council actually number 2 may call from form to so you can mineral resources. No? mineral resources no. Mineral resource be a definitive into etumi esa. Into the yempese say mineral resources besa na sebe adweno entumi nya adwuma. Into concentration will go to development of the mind and yet development of our resources. Who develop your mind now, you live on it forever. Who develop resources are a son the focus is going to go to development of Switzerland, Switzerland, woman need be adrenaline and one day so Singapore, woman need be adrenaline one day that's what it is. And social housing, of course, housing is a big problem in Ghana. Without housing, the first outlay of cash will be free from the agricultural proceeds. Go to say build housing communities, huge housing communities. Into the whole asylum. Any other bracket, almost one building. So the whole Medina, any Adenta, almost 2 and 3 buildings more because he building mega projects. So, now you see parks, waterways, shopping malls. Into one man, we now have a patrol. Ako Accra, ako Tontoma, ewo. Rollins Park, baby. PBR. Tanya Babayano. Now, Moswa, Ibia, Obetna, Obia, what's not public housing, mono. After some number of years, say, we a teacher, we a police officer, peace officer, and I said, we a healthcare worker. You have access to Abuche, Omo to say tax sheltered annuities, tax deferred annuities. The Bemana who reach me a ECS Canada or the fem a dinon what top. Said your moon here said, as I said, walk pass and sit to now we see then. And no echo so problems with Ghana will be up a sort pass because government doesn't fend for you, you have to fend for yourself. In your system, or say, so, until the Eba said, you see high rises now, with the baby. The most important thing is when your baby that. Your baby Jerry, toilet, in your kitchen, you will be any deep. Now we'll live a life of value. And when I important, and yes, as a top. You said, now, opposite Ukusu Diana, very strict because the Empesa say for the next 500 years, no, the percent Ghana, which may convert Ghana now in 2 or 3 regions. So, because eventually Ghana now you're effective. Now the rest of the land, yet they are building wealth by exploiting agriculture. So now any level life since yes see a danye baby are not containers now or toilet good plastic bag will not to actually ho. But unam kuma boom so ba or question that a factor about not or found to manor the asset or toilet. I mean seriously. And yet come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to me, maybe I'm say, who can be, and I think some disagree with you. Who can say, when you're dealing with corruption, you were thinking of the death penalty. But I know I may disagree because I just feel like we can't be going back to the dark ages. I think, I really believe in reform. And I think, I agree, yes, they have to be imprisoned and possibly their assets from the corruption confiscated back into the nation. But I just wanted to chip in that, have a think about it, because I think going back to the death penalty would take us back, 10 or 20 years back, and I think we are moving forward.
On my best now.
UK.
Okay.
And I'm an activist as well, so I've fought against this death penalty things.
Well, let me tell you this. how do you feel about the fact that the people who are causing the corruption are killing more people? So, till say somebody could give me an answer. Say, and go for young boys, we that's serious.
Yeah, but if they can be arrested and pay for their crimes with hard labor and their assets confiscated, I think that's enough. And I think other people have other ideas. But I think Ghana, we pride ourselves as a democratic nation, and we have moved forward. And I think if we are looking forward to move to become a developed country, we should, some of these old practices are not beneficial, I think.
I know development.
It's
I'm just being honest with you. It has nothing to do with development. So let me just be straight up with you. I mean, it's out for consideration. And Ghana for a decision. It's not my
of course. Yeah.
So,
I just chipped it in because you said it, and I just wanted to say that is not the only option. Yeah.
Without a doubt, it's never an option. But I'm at the point now. I feel say I want to get rid of the people who are killing us. And if it means killing them, I'll kill them, get them out of the system. Now, if Ghana forsake, if we don't want that, we want some other way out. Okay, I'm here to serve Ghanaians, so I'll do what Ghanaians say.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Charisma,
Yeah, hello, thank you.
Timka.
All right, Uncle Kofi.
Yes, sir.
My follow kakra, mintimin follow kese. If you look at my profile photo now, don't say I am for new ideas. I have personally voted for NPP, NDC. But the whole disappointment on their firm as a nation. Say up to now, that's so a war youth, Ghana. Omo feel say NPP and NDC are still the way to go. But any opportunity, any exposure and for new ideas. And until now, me follow on, so even though my follow cheddar and anakwambe more, and I'm kind of inclined to his side, but I'm still open to listening to new ideas, and it will help me make a very informed decision going forward. Thank you for this opportunity. My questions. Ray. First one, no, cultural integration and chieftaincy. Me kaise me ya akwala na primary school. That is about 25 years ago. Near war programs via cultural display. More organizing district near Kwakushia one place. Then various cultural activities. And they mean who's had any bill. A idea be a me ankasa in particular, managing a mammy who be potential be to say poetry recitation, singing, dancing and all of that. But a Naisania mano mean who say a happen Ghana education system mobile. It's more like say young kasaya culture na ye wana na yet papano. I mean ye suya dear ye koye nim ye nya exposure and ye fa positive things at the beka home. But it's more like ye tuning na egu and ye pick different, ideas from different places. Be brena me de me this MY. Do you have any plans of enema be bigwa kwema betimi aboama ya hye ya mamre ya mane bi a yedwen se eye identifying as a people no who plans to be able to put in place a be share sade and mokena. And on the aspect of chieftaincy, do you have any new ideas betimi bring your chieftaincy properly into governance a demo months we who contribution betimi contributed their social development? That is my first question. Second, about road safety. the rate at which nkurɔfoɔ ɛhwere wɔn nkwa ɛwɔ kwan so wɔ Ghana no, ano ɔden. It's almost now say me follow almost 3 months ni. Almost every week there when a news of a gory accident there happen claiming a lot of lives. Uncle Kofi, do you have anything as a policy and a strategy in your plans? They me wo UK right now, and you see, say, hardly will you hear say BB accident BSC ewo UK kwan. So even though we show more country roads now, just single lanes, single lane, but because of how rigid or more, kind of say, or more driving tests, everybody is cautious. Road signs are working, so hardly will you hear such things. Is there any plans about road safety and any strategies are the best sanitizer? I heard you mentioning something about using the triage system. For instance, we cite an example in the DVLA. It's a very good strategy, and I will commend you for that. But road safety in general, do you have any policies towards that? And the last one will be for a health professional. Health on the back of a recent event that happened, a very sad one. This old woman who was rejected by the hospital, this is something that we should declare as a never event in our society. It should not happen, but as usual, Ghana, everything can happen. I have studied a little bit about the New Zealand health system, how they took time and a number of years to do an intensive research which could integrate the culture of the Maori people into new scientific health system, bringing it together, improving health-seeking behavior among the Maori people. Do you have any plans similar to that, and something like that? A bit to me, I bring it your health system to that pedestal. Bit me, I can say, beneficial to the people. And based on woman incident, it's a very sad one, but you will see a senior baby free. Now, mommy look at your health, any social services, how the two are collaborating to bring, help to people who have found themselves in dire situations. More hospital, is there anything? Are you thinking something around this area? Bet me, Abuama, I bring it. You can say holistic healthcare system to the people of Ghana. Thank you very much. And Medimanus, now me can say politics now, cool Ghana no, I know it. Menyananka yenya a very vibrant force. It's me a movie obiama. Yasasa ya renew your mind. Na ya to MPP and this year go. But me follow the political socialization in Ghana is here because even the youth, the majority of them no cramp na say or mako school no. If you look at the way at which the way and manner almost see argue near more social media and so yada so because it's more like say division is so strong say I feel say it's nearly impossible, even though some of us we are doing our best to push some of these new ideas near on the few people that we can touch on. Is there any possibility say the Uncle Kofi, Nana Kwame Bediakon, and others are ever with new ideas? No, meaning say question will be a I watch you on a different live. Na obi bisa any possibility of integration among you people. Say the bear obetimi bringing new fresh ideas a new force betimi abuamia break it through this political culture na or Ghana. If there is anything possible like that, I feel say mobetimi ebia I still personal, kind of say ambitions near the Nomotimia Kabuma, a very good thing, a bit me attending Ghana around. That is just a suggestion I want to put across. But my 3 questions are there. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Charisma. There's a possibility of an alliance. It's not a one-day stop, it's an ongoing thing. So it takes some massaging because you have to bring people together. I don't know, but the doors are open, I'm sure, on all of basis for that possibility. In terms of health, the foundation to displacement and yet in health only. More the disrespect for the Ghanaian citizen. We have gone through a period that disregarded the Ghanaian citizen for such a long time. Said, recline it to a new substandard of acceptance. Said, which me nipa, which me abu nipa, which me you be as long as you with the ruling party, and that's the order of the day. And no na akofa we yaba. Abraham so na sa nipa ko responsible for this. It is said director of the healthcare facility, said they had no wrong. They said, release but that's where it comes from. But and also say free problem before that road safety, because accidents in the hospital a year and be accidents in there's a multitude of society a resulted to be a cascade problem say, oh, it's way solving the same. The attitude to solving that big problem, they say, dealing with all the small intricate problems now, a converge a resultant big problem. No. So, as I said, but we don't have a leadership and no a priority. Your leadership or other places. This cannot be solved from a healthcare perspective because a multitude of road safety, housing, mami free hospital. It goes into correct data, integrated national ID address system because there was over 60 years. They were attacked from the retina and then the fingerprints in your scan in the hospital pay am I access to the next of kin, the family members that you free that you're you don't have that system. I didn't. Well, nobody knows. So it opens up a spiral of problems. Any situations a child said, and go for all my for last 32 years, last 67 years, they've just wasted resources. I don't think I make us a young planet and your man na de bia ye bani ye man in isolation. De bia ye bekasa because these guys don't understand. Montias ye who said, Womunyan son in ye kasa nyate bidie. I'm telling you out of fact, because it's so upsetting. Said we go through this every day, same questions. We need to get these people out of there. We need to bring in people who understand and know how to solve the problem. Healthcare, we have to change healthcare. Healthcare system no integrated. Integrated system. Okay, new do hospital. The first thing they say, stabilizing no. You stabilizing you or you stable. Clear airwaves ne heartbeat BBI UK you're making sure that the vitals BBI good. This obaya try again and who said Mami Ufi Esua can contact and the family members house number way because the database the equity national data repository system there was some information now until the fingerprint will reveal who she is. And they'll contact the family and tell them say Modeshia Beda who monhwɛ sɛ deɛ mobɛyɛ na mommɛfa no yɛamɛfa no kora mpo a yɛbɛhande no over to social services sɛ wɔawie ne care at the hospital level nti yɛsɛ sɛ ɔkɔ into ebia opira a yɛonya accident no wɔapira nti yɛsɛ ɔkɔ into physical therapy ne yɛde no ama social worker bi a ɔno no bɛ making sure sɛ ɔcheck on her to make sure say we go through your friends saying levels of physical therapy to make sure say ultimately you're releasing a obeko fie ana uni fie a obeko to a home. Where your systems as you planning unko for ye wo ho atakaka ne atapani saa na omo gene. Omo mini saa ni we. Nso wo ma na mo pese mo go tuma wo mo ene ye bebre.
Unfortunately.
It's sad. I mean, listen. Anyway, it gets upsetting. I get upset when I talk about these things because who said we don't have respect. Listen, Obi onam Ghana say we are an endangered species. Oko hospital na home. Me call hospital na who said there. Obi ba or yare as say attended to nipan owu. We was say na why no di we beto her. Neso. Hey, why na di we beto her. Na we are modern abaso awu nipan wu yo. Hey.
You need value beer for human life.
No, we don't. We don't. So, Anna, what report in Ukraine, Obia and Yahu Doctor, you see, Obia and Yana they will get away. Nurse or Becassa will be do at them, or your penny begin. Walk or car, walk around, who be Unipa Bekuno. May call hospital Namiko Yedi there, maybe I could be a Yedi. Obiasi Kofi, we are the Kuni pay. And I'm saying, you be saying, anyhow. Road safety, there was 78,000 kilometers of roads. Aden yendu kariji womo. Yendu kariji womo. Womo nam kwan supi. Menam debia me drive and I'm say, this Ghana for ye woo accidents, because common sense. Say obi ba. Wule no kasi ho. Train na the onyina. Or not the car the paper for say, wo right of way, would dinner man. Or who when you ma, or when him say yan with him and funnel. So, yeah, Kumasi, yet say V8 mu coffee, Kumasi. And VIP bus, Uncle Queen, or debate try a one call kind. Now, luckily for us, now police car DH. Inti obetwa ye ho oma car na ko stop VIP car no me hu bi kwa say Ghana for isa ye twe driver ni si inti ye do car no ho no ma teli na kwache no mo stop ye no mo bisa driver no say mo na mo ka ayi akwa we no obetwa mo ho ye yi no na say oh ma mi hu na sumu sube anka me nsakra na eshi na police ni say Debi na me hu na suma yi me say saka wu kun ye wu Adia me dear driver. Uncle Kuye, Uncle Kuye, Uncle Nina, VIP driver. Say, I am 1 more year. Now, ye jaw no because VIP no, which Yanaka police in no fun cover. And it's painful, say, Uncle Way, I sank his seasonal license near banning from the road. And so, we have a many sika. We're crying a minister, Dina via Enedia, the saying. Obesa could tell people why the same thing. So, you need systems not from the top now. And making sure say anke chini police in wear camera, body camera, a bit channel. Inti why official complaint? When you stop on a recorder, inti say which me Emma disposition say if I can't watch no I record conversation inti date now stop on obi abedi ho dance say obi channel ho. Inti sanyo ni na record inti want me a man a ticket me and someone na wo no wanyo adwuma ye ni bi wo Ghana body camera no on set police ni no the co-inspector no ho charge officer or then na ekoche sika. So I mean ye tu kwan de bia me nam kwan so a de bia almost stop here obi aba oba say where's your license no I do license no the bia aba say wo ba no wo over speed inti wa mark make a indicator no this shoot to speedometer no. And that's And you're marking it at 75. We can see the crayon actual 75. In change, we are trust proud about 75. Who are not the actual, or done the same not the choice 75. Who overspeed? Where they or say, okay, wouldn't make it Bracot, Wokophobia, no above baby, where they, as I said, Woko court, and I saw many seeker. What threaten one month and on some missy from them say, listen. The muye may report to mo your person they be Fred Dampare. Na my family full so I Dampare. No, okay, mo de ye mo bibia na mo kire mo ho na no the license na to na to say Inclusivity. Where can no only watch it police for attire no akogina pan. Massa. Inti road safety ne de massa on different levels as I see a purge system ni na one man more cast quine work once you na your map will be verify with you now play a basic test near certify with you to get on the road because one more man consular best than 90% in driving common sense you find private cars or commercial cars or common sense woman find you council what quite kumasi now overtaking sa X2X sa a urban now a
is it 2M Express?
2X for hey,
yes, 2M Express.
2M Express for
When we deadly, they don't ping.
Oh no, obi back overtake say one for car no fair room na man kwan. Eh serious so. Me say I can't the speed that one more because ya more time say massa akra kuma say wo. Intimia Sanya way na me say on the day I be winning no me madam for be na de bi o kase kofi who win any announcement the penko be committee suicide because woman himself wow be no seriously because me mature me statement did that and your ma ye ba be kind of zero tolerance ye chiwa massa in kokanchiro bia say wo ba be dwan to obi wo nipa ko na ode ne beba no ye besa chi no ono ankasa tum se odi wachi ba se wadi nkwasi asem no ne waba law and order mo de mo hwe de ba bisi nti road safety ne de ena ayi cultural integration no minia there are so many inequalities ewo yen culture mu ena yen ankasa no wo hwe sese ya edana mene obi kasa edin oboma me kra say the basic form of cultural identity no names say edin bia no obi to me friend ho of a friend ni din pa o odano no osesen ye friend no ye dan me tonsuo no obi pon din am say die ben din no so friend ho excel o say die ben yo excel nam say excel so den no say o excel na me hwe ni age na nam say we di saying or say we di 18 nam say nti ye to say di 18 years ago and you say you who no seriously because basic form it goes back to minia the amaka say ye be your friends saying curriculums ye be sesam because self-worth na ankasa ne yen ni so you need self-worth into be about yen no you who say a inferior and no a problem into yen pay a bibia you reject a bibia and na you're making it worse by say so no enunti yen sheda yen nyoma yen so and it goes back to the Jebi na me no say competency levels you low no inti yen penny for no so emma yen competent so that you be breaky vicious cycle say Ghana no when you're looking for quality I look for Ghana made be auto Ghana made be an as a substandard Bibia we are Ghana, but Bia Oko MTN service, substandard service, Oko Vodafone. And yeah, just say, oh, I thought this person called you. Oh, you came for this. Oh, I didn't know. This person said, oh, But the woman who gives the number is not here today. So you okay, and then Friday okay. And she and I'm even tell them say, hey, okay, and you'll be in what service yen. And I call and let me say, Charlie, Jebi, a serious.
Yes.
Everywhere you go in Ghana, substandard, some now parliament or crown heading. Parliament or heading. So, into revolution of the intellect, Basakakai, tsunami. Intiminia and a chieftaincy a year working, so say get them involved. Yeah, pay any work assistance. Yeah, but chiefs, no, we're going to put them on payroll. You put one more on payroll. Now, yeah, but one more ex officio members on the regional executive boards, and then say chiefs, no, they control land. They hear land enough for agriculture. Proceeds from agriculture, no, near to your mocha. But I see a developer agriculture answer. So, then show Inti, yeah, Momo Abba on our payroll, said yes, you bet me anya some leverage in controlling them. Said one tons are selling because said one tons are selling Emma a whole year in the next 15 years. As I see now, 15 query, they say Ghana baby a ton, politicians need ton na as of 4 ton. Na for no ton, I said raise of instance any properties. So, not the woman. This is how we're going to integrate the chieftaincy into your friends saying leadership position. That's what we're going to do.
Great. Yeah. Very nice conversation. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Jebi.
Here's one minute. That's it. Emmanuel.
Yo.
My member first.
Okay, bro.
Sorry, okay. Hold on.
Hey, I was for New Vision Movement for you, in fact. Yeah, the one I say, papa for 5 hours. The what's now watch and Mr. Cranting. Ma only her needs in commoded the wow today. And I believe that one this 32 year me put me in question. One and one my hand this kind of audience. What's now ho? Why no questions? Now I answer him this brilliantly, effortless. I have a question now. Obi ani lie do be catch am there. Obi some granting question no. One man a clear answer. He did it so well. Yempe na yapaba Ghana fu. What else do we want? What else are we looking for? He is the man for us. All we want is Ghana to be better. And he is the man for us. Nipa pi balai da ebiside metewa mpocho ete na braba kan ye ho. New Vision Movement beka ye ho. Na yam bonje no do. Na yenji mafia so cabals yen you Mr. Quentin Ocon also mafia so cabals yen you want in fido na man no chance yeah for 32 years you've been giving these people chances upon chances. What will hurt us if we give him this chance and see what he can also do for us? If he doesn't live to our expectations, all we have to do is vote him out. But trust me, this man is gonna deliver. Mr. Kranti will deliver and deliver. So we shouldn't hesitate to cry. If you've been on this line for 5 hours, you've asked questions, and you tell me, say you are still thinking about this, then we need to work on something on your brain, because there is nothing else he needs to tell us again. There is nothing else. And you all can do with me. And Mr. Goodfellow, one fight, Kawagabi ya hawo yagami. Kama wie. When I'm a family, but I'm ever fit our he. You are what fighting for Ghana. A jam, Mr. Quentin fights more. Jail, it's not for him, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. Yeah, ya more borpa, puya, I mean, Kadagano, for I hear ya wa bruchina, young to me, uncle Fibium. Yes, we are the mobber. Because trust me, say imbribiso. Nasa wakachra de ko cry if you do beya eheneroko. This dead country, no, we need to revive it. We need to revive. Let's fight for this. Ghana, our happy land. Let's fight for this. Mr. Cranton is the man for us. We don't need any rocket scientists to come and tell us. We don't need anybody. All we need to hear, we've heard it today. Eke Wafe told us everything. If you want to know more, go to www.kofiquarantin.com. Donate, help us. 059-555-5120. 059-555-5120. That's all you can do to help this man. We need Kofi Cranton in power. But I'm so passionate when I talk about him because he is selfless. He's the man he does not need our money. And even if he will use some to take care of himself, he deserves that pay because he's gonna deliver. Ebusiafo, we do not need to look far. Maya pia, maya shusha na yensaking. Maya shusha na yensaking. Mr. Cranton is the man for us. Let's all come together. If you've been listening to him or following him for a while, please stop hesitating and come and support. Come and help. Come and let's do this. Let's push this. Because without us, politicians are not politicians. Without Ghana youth, politicians are nothing. But unfortunately, we've sold our power to them. But it should be the other way around. We have to tell them what we want them to do for us. And that is what this man is telling us. Mr. Kofi Cranton is saying, he's going to do what we want. And he's going to work with us. He's not going to work alone. He's going to work with you and I. That's not by your family and friends. It's not going to happen. We are all going to make sure he works for us and works for us well. Now you're happy. Now we can have our Ghana again. Again, it's just too much. All that is going on in Komopi for 5 hours. It's sad. Oh yeah, reho pa there. And man, today we have all the natural resources, but we don't have human resource. We do not have the human resource. The leaders that are supposed to be the human resource for us, they failed us woefully. They have failed us terribly, terribly. Please, I'm pleading with us. I am pleading with us. This is a fight for us all. It's not a fight for me. It's not a fight for Mr. Cranton. It's not a fight for individual person. It's a fight for all of us. We all have to come together and do this. That's the only way we can do this. Thank you so much for staying on. And Mr. Cranton, so much respect for you. The hours you give us, I don't know. I just don't know. The time, the respect, the ear you have to listen to, I'm sorry to say, some nonsense that come to you. It's only you who can do that. Because me, Iman, I cannot. I won't. But you do it all. You are the man for Ghana. Anybody who have doubts has issues with their brain. I don't know what else they want you to tell them or what else they want to see. You are the only candidate who make extra sense, who makes sense in my ear. And I'm sure in the whole Ghana, it's just the whatever they want to think, but change your mind. Change has come, and change has come to stay. Let's come together. Let us pull this off. We can do it. Jebi the Mogul, God bless you for hosting him. Amen. We thank you so much. And I pray this will not be the last time for us. This will be the first time of the many times that will come. God bless you. God bless everybody else. Mr. Cranton, be too chamau. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. From everybody else from the New Vision movement and the Jebi, the Mogul team. Listen, Emmanuel, I know you've been on here for a while, so you're going to just say a word because I know Mr. Jebi is getting ready to sign off. So out of respect to him and his team and all the listeners and out of consideration to them, the chair lady has spoken. So Emmanuel, say hello to everybody and let's call it a day. Emmanuel, go ahead, say hello and goodbye.
Yo, Ebisiafo, Yedubi Bialasi, Yamiko Biano.
Yeah, that's it.
Definitely.
Yɛmpɛdɛ awoso ɛbɛkasa pii. Ɛkyina so yɛwɔ ha bio. Nti ɛkyina so ɛbaa na ɔno ɛkyina ɛbaa Emmanuel na yɛakasa sisi ano. We've been here 5 hours, and I think Mr. Jebi, you've done a fabulous job. All honesty, you've been very full spectrum in terms of your questions. Really good. You had some really good audience. You have some good followership. And it's been very refreshing to be with you. We thank you so much. We thank Mr. Brown for putting this together. I know you were chased for a long time before we got the opportunity, but it's all worth it, man. You were great. You're a great Ghanaian.
Thank you.
You're a great Ghanaian. We thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. One thing that I need you to consider, where you a creative industry, the creative and arts industry, and also sports ministry. I believe that continent via and arts and sports via Africans here there. I believe that.
Yes, that's a to everybody, as always, I'm your steadfast advocate for outstanding leadership. Thank you. Have a beautiful night. Live well, stay abundant, and we talk soon. Tomorrow we're back here again. Thank you, Brown, and to the Media Alliance team. Have a good night, everybody. This is Jebi. Go take care of yourself. Stay well. Bye-bye.
Bye.